Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. This is the place where eerie tales and calming whispers meet, helping you drift into peaceful sleep with a touch of mystery. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? Leave a comment below and let me know. And if you're enjoying these nightly journeys, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss a night of chilling calm. Now, close your eyes, get comfortable, and let's drift into the unknown together. That's what they asked for, and that's what I line up on the counter. 4 low glasses on a silver tray I polished this morning until I could see the ceiling lights swim inside each circle of glass. The kitchen smells like orange peel, singed sugar, and the faint bitter bite of the bottle I shouldn't be using for anything. Somewhere in the living room, the hi-fi needle is a little off. The saxophone has a soft scratch under it, like a moth trapped in a lampshade. Laughter rises and falls. Ice clicks. A woman's bracelets chime when she talks with her hands. I know which laugh is my husband's without having to listen for it. His always sits on top of the others, wide and bright, and just a shade too loud, like a coin spun on a table that refuses to fall. I slice another wedge of orange and smear the rim of the old-fashioned with it, then find myself wiping the rim clean with a cloth. The gold band around the lip is smudged, and he will notice. He always notices the things that don't matter and never the things that do. I dig the heel of the cloth into the gilding. It shines. Good. If he tastes something strange, let it be fruit and bitterness and not the sweetness I'm hiding. I picture the living room, the low light, the smoke hanging like a veil over the ceiling, the shallow oval of guests seated in our best chairs, all legs and polished shoes and crossed ankles. The way he sits at the center, his hand draped over the arm of the chair, feigning ease while he watches for my mistakes. I see Sarah, Mr. Clark's date, with the gum she cracks between her teeth so loudly it pops in my good ear even from across the room. I see Mr. George with his old-fashioned and his long lecture about how the right bar sugar matters, how you have to rub the orange oil just so. I see all of them, expectant, amused, perfectly content to let me carry the weight of their comfort through the door. On the far left of the tray, I place the whiskey sour meant for him. My hand shakes for a moment, then finds itself steadying. I am more careful than I've ever been. I am careful about the bottle I fetched from the dark place under the sink, the one with a bright harmless color and a terrible purpose. I am careful about how little will do, and how much is too much, and how a person can taste sweetness without thinking about it until it's the last thing they ever taste. I am careful about covering one thing with another, about sour over sweet, citrus brightness over syrup that does not belong in a human body. I am careful because I know what happens when I am not. It's foolish to keep looking at that glass as if the glass will tell me whether I am a monster or a woman who is done being a bruise that breathes. It won't. So I stop looking. I fix the other sour, the old-fashioned, the Madras. I count the ice cubes under my breath the way I used to count my steps on the sidewalk, the way I counted the minutes until he would be home on nights when home felt like a place that held its breath with me. 4 for the sours, 4 for the old-fashioned, cubes for the tall drink, more because it must hold up in the heat of hands. I listen for him through the wall. I can tell when the conversation shifts without hearing words. There is a moment when he is charming, smoothing the air, and then there is the tiny drop, no more than the weight of a single pin, into that charm. He feels it too, I think. He always does. He has learned to smile through it like a man holding a full glass while the floor tilts. It is in the corners of his eyes. It is in the way his fingers tap once, twice, on the arm of the chair. It is in the way he will look at me when I walk through the doorway with the tray. He will not look at the drinks first. He will look at me. He will search my face the way some men search a card table, looking for the sign that his luck has turned. I can already feel the weight of the poker after midnight if he doesn't like the way tonight goes. I can feel the sting of the strike he keeps for nights like that. I can feel my ear ringing again the way it did for days the first time, when he showed me how to answer for a dent in his car. A phone book looks harmless until it isn't. A man looks like a husband until he isn't. I tip my head to the side. The kitchen hums, the refrigerator motor, The soft press of music through the wall, the light clink when the ice settles. I breathe in and out, and do not let myself look under the sink again. The bottle is back there, in the dark. It looks like safety equipment if you don't read the label. It looks like something you buy to keep a machine from freezing. The irony is not lost on me that it is always the wrong things in this house that refuse to freeze. 2 whiskey sours, 1 old-fashioned, 1 Madras. The whiskey sour on the far left is for him. I rotate the tray 1/4 turn and then turn it back the same way. I do it again. Superstition has never saved me from anything, but it passes the seconds until my hands will carry the silver disc through the door. I arrange the drinks so each one is equidistant from the others. I wipe a ring of water from the counter with a dish towel. I hear the laugh that means he has finished a story. The story will be about me, I'm almost sure. He tells them with a smile. He tells them like a man who has tamed a small wild thing and wants to show his friends how easy it is to make it sit. The tray is in my hands. It is heavier than it looks. The silver bites into my fingers where it rests. I step into the living room. Lights low. Smoke soft. Everyone gleaming, eyes, teeth, the wet edges of glasses already in their hands. I feel their attention the way one feels heat when a door opens from a hot room into a cold hallway. His face finds mine. His smile is perfectly good. To anyone else it would look like approval. To me it looks like a warning. The corners of his eyes are tight. That is how I know his patience has already been spent somewhere else today, and that he is carrying the emptiness of it now like a jar that clinks when he sets it down. Drinks, I say, as if my voice belongs here. I tilt the tray toward the circle. Hands move. Rings flash. Fingertips find cold glass. The gum snaps in my right ear, too loud, bright as a slap. I shift away from it without thinking, presenting the tray so that the tall Madras can be taken first. Someone reaches past my careful arrangement. Someone else changes their mind in the middle of reaching. He is smiling at me, which is to say he is telling me to be perfect. The tray is empty. I blink and feel the sweat cool on my spine. I hold the silver over the soft rug and look at nothing, because if I let my eyes move they will search for the glass that should be in his hand. I will give myself away. I will look at Sarah's small hand and Mr. Clark's big one and at Mr. George's gold pinky ring and at the napkins and at every mouth that touches a rim. I will look at him. If I look at him, he will see what I am looking for. I smile. I don't know if my mouth is doing it right, but I have practiced this smile for years, pleasant and blank, the smile of a woman a little relieved to have finished a small task well. Someone makes a joke about the way I baby the ice. Someone else says that I learned to make drinks in Italy and thinks this is witty because of a bottle sitting on our bar cart that came home with us years ago and has never been opened. I laugh where I should. I nod. I do not see which whiskey sour is in which hand. Why didn't you make one for yourself? He says, in a voice so sweet the hairs on my neck rise. I forgot. I say, light, lazy, a woman who forgets harmless things. Let me go fix that. His eyebrows tip up, just a fraction. He sips. He tastes. His lashes lower and lift. The rim of the glass leaves a wet circle on his lip. He smiles at the prettier girl as if she is the only person who knows how to make a room less lonely. I walk away, not quickly, not slowly. The tray is a moon in my hands, polished silver catching the low lamp light. The kitchen wall meets me, and the door swings behind me, and I can drop the smile for a second and feel my jaw ache from holding it in that shape. The sink is clean. The counter is clean. The bottle under the sink is silent, pretending to be part of a house where things like that are sensible. I set the tray down and only then feel the tightness in my chest loosen enough that I can breathe. I make myself a drink I don't want. I pour it and set it down and watch the ice bob. I do not take a sip. I press the cool glass to the side of my face where the bone still aches when the weather changes. The minutes move like a slow animal. A thin, embarrassed sound filters down the hall. Someone coughing in the guest bathroom, the kind of cough that empties a body. Voices rise. The hinges of the bathroom door squeal. I hear Mr. Clark cursing like the tiles are responsible for what is happening. In the living room, someone says something about my cooking and everyone laughs because it is easier to laugh than to feel your stomach clench. I look at the bedroom door as if there is safety behind it, but there is only a bed. I have learned there is no place in this house that isn't also a place where something can happen to you. He appears in the kitchen doorway without making a sound, as he does when he wants me to remember he doesn't always have to try to frighten me. "Sarah's sick," he says. His voice is calm, mild as a weather report. He swirls his glass and watches the ice move. He is smiling, so his eyes are knives. "I'm sorry," I say. My own voice is steady. It almost surprises me. "Wouldn't want to think you've been cutting corners," he says, like a husband teasing a wife about the roast. "Of course not," I say. I keep my face turned so he can only see my left ear, my good one. The other one still feels full of cotton when I am tired. He shifts his weight like a man about to lift a heavy suitcase. I keep my hands open at my sides where he can see them, like someone announcing she isn't hiding anything. "Make something sweet," he says. "Help them settle. And smile, will you?" He steps back into the smoke and the music. I wait 5 beats after he has gone. That's how long it takes for my heart to begin to behave as if it belongs to me. Then I look down the hall. The guest bathroom door is closed. Feet shift on the tile inside. A man's voice stops, curses again. My guests are laughing in that way people do at the end of a bad movie, too loudly, as if they are trying to drown out the last scene with noise so they won't have to take it home. In the sink, a glass sits with a lipstick print I don't recognize. The print is perfect, a pair of lips left in a hurry. I run water and wash it off and watch the lipstick swirl pink and disappear. I am thinking of the far left glass. I am thinking of hands reaching without order. I am thinking of the exact moment the tray left my fingers. I am thinking of the way his eyes looked over the rim when he first tasted it. No change, not even a blink. Maybe he has the other whiskey sour. Maybe Sarah grabbed the one with the sour bite high enough to hide a sweetness that should never warm a person's throat. My hands are steady. I am surprised by this. My hands are steady while I take the bottle down from the cart with the Italian label and the ribbon someone tied around its neck the Christmas we brought it home. Its syrup moves like light through honey. It smells like almonds and dessert and better countries. I find the little cordial glasses we never use. I set 6 on the tray. I line them up as neatly as I lined up the others. There is a kind of quiet that comes over me when I have decided something that cannot be undecided. The quiet is not peace, exactly, but it is the feeling of not being pushed anymore. In the hall, the coughs taper off into a low, embarrassed moan. The toilet roars. The water runs. Someone mutters an apology to the wall like the wall is a person. In the living room, a man announces that this is what comes of eating at home instead of at restaurants where the kitchen is permitted to be clean. Another man says he never eats anything he can't pronounce. A woman says she's certain it was only a bad oyster or something in the salad, and everyone laughs at the idea of a bad oyster even though we ate no oysters tonight. Laughter again, too loud. Everyone is thinking about their own stomachs. I do the arithmetic in my head, one last time, the way I have done it every week for a year. The bank account with only my name on it. The little stash in the lining of the coat in the back of the closet. The bus schedule folded up inside a cookbook. The number of minutes it takes a woman to pack a bag when she has already packed it 3 times in her mind. He is a man who keeps money in a wallet like a trophy and spare anger in a drawer like a weapon. He is a man who would rather break me than let me go. He is a man who will not let this house be empty of him without a fight. A nightcap is polite. A nightcap is soothing. A nightcap is sweet enough to cover anything a host might be tempted to hide. The glasses clink softly as I turn them. The silver tray is a small clear moon in the kitchen light. The cupboard door closes with a sigh. My reflection in the blank window above the sink looks like a woman in a painting, frozen with a tray in her hands, like someone waiting for the painter to tell her how much longer she must hold still. He will want everyone to stay long enough to see me be charming. He will want them to forget the noise from the hall, and the way their mouths tasted for a moment like metal. He will want to control the ending of the night the way he controls the stories about our life. He will want to stand and stretch and announce that it has been a triumph. He will want to look at me when he says, "My wife," and press the word like his thumb into a bruise to see if I flinch. It is strange to notice how the smallest details keep their shape while the big ones tilt. The little purple vein on the inside of my left wrist, the nick on the corner of the cabinet that catches the dish towel, the ring of water the old-fashioned left on the silver, the thin thread peeking from the seam of my dress where I stitched it by hand after he ruined it, picking me up by the shoulder. I push the thread back in. I smooth the seam. The little things try to behave. The big thing is this, a choice. The big thing is a tray with 6 small glasses that might be kindness, or might be a door. I practice the sentence I will say when I step through the living room door. I practice it in a calm voice. I practice it like a hostess whose pride is not hurt by what just happened down the hall. "Something sweet, everyone," I'll say. "Forgive me for the delay." I set the small bottle with the bright, harmless color beside the cordial. The label looks cheerful in the kitchen light. I don't have to read it. I know the words on it the way people know the Lord's Prayer from hearing it since they were children. I don't pick it up. I don't have to yet. I can wait until the tray is 2 steps past the threshold into the living room, until everyone's eyes are on the little glasses, until he says, "You see?" She learns, and I can see the pink inside of his mouth with the gold filling that gleams when he laughs. I can wait for his laugh. I have waited for his laugh for years. In the hall, Mr. Clark's voice rises again. It is not anger anymore. It is fear wearing anger's clothes because fear doesn't fit him. "What did you put in that?" he says, loud enough that it cuts the music in half. Everyone goes still. Even the needle on the record seems to lift. My heart does not speed up. It slows. Slows again. There is a kind of relief in hearing out loud what I ask myself. What did I put in that? I put in years. I put in hands that could not stop shaking in the moment those hands learned to be still. I put in every time I picked up the phone and put it down again. I put in the hours I sat on the edge of the bathtub with a cotton ball and a bottle of something cheap and colorless, lifting the purple out of my skin one dab at a time. I put in a life I am no longer willing to live. He will come to the door of the kitchen again. He will look at the tray, and then at me, and then at the cupboard under the sink. He will smell the thing under the almonds, or he will not. He will take the first little glass, or he will let someone else take it first because he is a man who likes to give. He will smile. My body will know what to do. Through the wall, the record needle finds the groove again. The saxophone returns, soft as a breath. A woman laughs, then stops herself as if the laugh belongs to a different evening. The house hums. The ice settles. The silver tray gleams. I breathe in the sweet, thick scent of the almond liqueur and the orange oil on my fingers. The night has thinned to a fine wire. When I walk through the door, it will either hold or it will break. I slide the tray to the edge of the counter and curl my fingers beneath it. My hands are steady. My steps are quiet. The kitchen light leaves my shoulders and the living room's dark takes them, soft and smoky and forgiving. Faces turn. Glasses lift in automatic welcome. His smile is ready, bright as a coin. "Something sweet," I say, and my voice is calm. "Forgive me for the delay." They won't refuse. They never do. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I can tell when October comes even without a calendar or a clock. The house changes first. It grows colder in a way that has nothing to do with temperature. The wood remembers old footsteps, and the dust rises in lazy spirals, as if the air itself is turning pages. Somewhere between sunset and night, a kind of hush settles over the rooms. It is not silence. It is a waiting. I drift through it like a leaf in slow water, touching walls that no longer hold heat, counting heartbeats that are not mine. I keep a diary because it helps the waiting pass. Writing is work for me. I have to gather myself tightly to push even a pen across paper. The pen feels like a brick. The paper feels like wet clay. On good nights I make a full line. On bad nights I leave a dent and a smear. Still I try. The diary is a small blue book I found in a desk upstairs, back when I was stronger. Its cover is cracked down the spine, and the pages smell faintly of soap and cedar. I write the date by guessing. I write what I hear and what I remember. I write the names of children who come to the house and the names of those who never return. I do not know if anyone will ever read it. Perhaps it is only for me, to prove I am still here. People in town call this place haunted, which is a neat word when you stand far away from it. It looks fine from the sidewalk. A neat word for messes you do not want to sweep. I have been called a ghost by the brave and by the drunk and by children who come on dares. I do not argue with them. I do not know what else to call myself. I am not smoke. I am not thought. I am not grief exactly, though grief is the closest flavor I can compare myself to. I am the part that could not leave, the part that must try again every year to keep a door closed. Most days are easy. The neighborhood is quiet. The house breathes. Light comes through torn curtains and paints long stripes across the floors. I float from room to room and watch the dust in the stripes. Sometimes I sit on the top stair and listen to the old clock in the hall that does not tick anymore. Sometimes I stand in front of the upstairs door and count to 1,000. The counting keeps me steady. The counting keeps me brave. Behind that door, something waits that should not be let out. I do not say its name because I do not think it has one. I used to think it had my name. Now I know it would wear any name I gave it, the way a wolf would wear your coat if it made the hunt easier. It takes strength to hold this house. People do not think about strength when they think about spirits. They think about drifting and moaning. They do not think about how heavy a shadow is when you need to lift it. They do not think about how loud a whisper is when you have to push it through wood and wind. Every time I move something, the effort takes a little of me with it. Every time I make a sound, the sound costs a little more. I budget myself like a miser with candles in winter. The door upstairs is the darkest hallway. That is where my light needs to be. Then Halloween comes and the practical jokes begin. It is almost always the same. A group gathers at the front gate, laughs too loudly, and steps over the cracked stones. They come in a pack because fear is easier to carry if you hold it together. They bring flashlights, and their batteries are always older than they think. Their courage is new and shiny, and it crumbles under the first step like sugar glass. They try to look bored. They try to look tough. It is only a thin paint job over their shaking hands. This year I heard them before I saw them. I was in the back parlor, watching the last light go blue over the yard, when the gate gave its long dry moan. Feet shuffled up the walk. Someone kicked a loose bit of concrete and laughed, then hushed himself as if the house could hear and mind. It always can. It always does. The first one through the doorframe was the same chubby boy who came last year and the year before. He has round cheeks with brown specks on them, freckles maybe, or the marks of chocolate he never quite wipes off. He has ears that stick out in a way he tries to hide under his hair. He holds his flashlight like a sword. He keeps his chin lifted in a way that says he is the leader, even if he is not sure. He was the first to cross the threshold, 1 foot on the warped board that always groans like a throat. The groan echoed down the hall. He flinched, then puffed out his chest and made his voice big. "Come on, guys. Don't be babies," he said. And the word babies was meant to bite, but it sounded more like he was chewing it to calm himself. Behind him came a shorter boy with a careful walk and a voice that wanted reason more than glory. He tugged the sleeve of the chubby boy and kept glancing back at the street. "Are you sure? We could just go get more candy. We could hit the houses by the park," he said. His voice trembled on the last word. He was the kind who counts how many pieces of candy are left before he eats one. He is the safest kind, and often the most ignored. A tall, thin boy took the third step, all elbows and knees, his clothes hanging from him like a scarecrow's suit. He kept one hand on the banister even though he was still in the front hall. He tried to keep a laugh in his throat, and it came out as a cough. With them was a boy with big glasses, so large they made the rest of his face look small. He kept pushing them up with his finger in a nervous habit. The glow of his flashlight smeared against the inside of the lenses, 2 little moons. They had more names than last year because they were older now and used sharper words. The chubby one called someone Kenny. Someone called the tall one a name that was meant to sting. They said a girl's name, too, Debbie, like a prize to be won by telling a story later. They were 12, which is old enough to lie to yourself and young enough to still be afraid of the truth. Every year 1 or 2 are new, folded into the pack by rough hands and rougher jokes. Every year they come a little closer to the stairs. The beam from the leader's flashlight skittered across the cracked wallpaper and died at the first stretch of dark. Light is lazy in this house. It gives up quickly. It warns you by running away. I reached out for the flashlight the way you reach for a curtain in a breeze, with a careful touch. The bulb winked. The beam fluttered like a moth. The chubby boy slapped the side of the flashlight with his palm and gave a shaky laugh. "Forgot to change the batteries," he said, and tried to make it a joke. His friends all groaned as a performance because they were glad for an excuse to speak instead of listen. They listened anyway. Old houses speak. It is their one true trick. They speak with settling, with the slow move of nails and tired wood, with the breath of drafts along the floor, with the pop and sigh of paint that is older than most trees. Children hear these sounds like sentences. Men hear these sounds like bills they forgot to pay. Dogs hear these sounds and put their noses on your knee. I tuned those noises the way you might tune a piano, soft at first, then a little sharper. A little higher on the far stair, a little lower in the back hall. I let the dining room door swing open just a finger's width and let it close again, slow as a blink. In the tall boy's ear, I gathered all of myself into one thread of air and tugged. "Get out." I did not make a voice sound. I made a force that could be mistaken for thought. It was enough. His whole body jerked. His mouth opened and his tongue tripped on the shape of the word that would not come. GH, go! He choked, and then he and the word took the same path. He ran. He ran so fast his shoes left squeaks on my floors. He ran down the steps and into the yard and did not look back. You never need to tell the ones who hear twice. "What's his problem?" the glasses boy muttered, though he did not sound as brave as the words wanted him to be. "What?" the leader said, chest high again, because somebody had to fill the quiet. We go up, look, and we're done." "Easy." He said a girl's name again like it would lift his feet. He stomped once on the next stair to show he meant it. The stair answered with a new complaint. The short boy whispered a small prayer I almost recognized. He made the sign in the air without quite remembering how. I hate when they go up. The first 6 steps are only wood and dust, but the 7th step looks into the landing, and the landing looks into the long hallway, and the long hallway stares at the door that must stay shut. The closer you get, the easier it is to hear what waits. Children think the house is groaning. It is not. Something is laughing without air. The laugh sits in the bones of the house and clicks like teeth in a jar. I do not have much power to waste. But fear is a tool as sharp as any key. I have learned to make shapes when I must. Not a true body, never that, but a suggestion that the body remembers, some old memory tucked away like a black and white photo in an attic trunk. Hair that hangs in wet ropes. Eye sockets that drink light. Teeth that show red. I have heard enough stories from these children over the years to know what picture is waiting for them behind their lids. If all it takes to keep them safe is to wear their nightmare for a moment, I will pay the cost. It hurts to make a face. It is like pushing yourself through a wire fence. I gathered myself until I was as small as a nail, and then stretched at the edges until I was as wide as the stairwell. I let my weight fall forward, the way a curtain falls when you let it go. They climbed 3 steps and I was there, inches from their noses, every empty part of me pretending at flesh. I screamed, though it felt to me like breaking. The sound did not need to be loud. It only needed to be close. Their bodies remembered being very small. They screamed back in the old, helpless way. The boys in the back fell into the boys in the front. A flashlight bounced down the steps and banged itself to pieces on the hall tile. The short one dropped to his hands and knees and scrambled like a spider through the open door. The glasses boy ran headlong into the wall, bounced off, and ran again, leaving a greasy print where his cheek had been. The leader went last, though he went. His pride was lighter than his fear, and fear flies faster. They blew out into the yard, all sound and elbows, and did not stop at the gate. Their feet pattered into the street like a heavy rain. The big sounds fell away after a minute. The small sounds, the ragged breaths, the soft curses, the almost embarrassed giggles, followed them down the block and disappeared. I let the shape collapse. I slid down the banister as a thin gray thing and lay flat on the hall table where someone's mail once sat. The effort made me faint in the simple way I am able to. When I woke, the house had put itself back into waiting. Only the broken flashlight on the floor said anything had happened. They always run. They always laugh later. They tell versions that make them look brave. They leave out the part where their legs went warm. They leave out the part where their mouths forgot words. They leave out the part where something upstairs breathed in and smiled when it smelled them. I do not run, because I cannot. I do not laugh, because I will not. After they go, I do two things. I go to my diary and write their names if I know them, and I go back upstairs and put my hand on the cold wood of the door. My palm cannot quite feel, but the door can. It feels the small push I make. It accepts the promise I give. Stay. Be still. Not tonight. I do not know how much longer I can do it. There was a time when I could move furniture without thinking about it. I could shut windows that blew open. I could swing the front door so hard it would drive the latch into the strike plate like a nail into a board. I was angry then, or fresh, which is the same thing sometimes. People came and went and called me names that began with good and ended with spirit. They asked for luck at cards. They asked if their grandmother forgave them. They asked where they left a brooch. I was strong enough to answer them gently or not at all. Then the years got heavy. The rooms grew meaner places to breathe. The door upstairs learned my tricks and waited for my weekdays. Once, two teenagers brought a crowbar. They had braces on their teeth and soft red acne still healing on their cheeks, so they were younger than they wanted to be. They went up in the afternoon, when the sun came through the tall hall window and pooled just at the seam of the door. They could not hear the laugh that day, but they could feel the cool that falls off that wood, the kind that does not wash away when you step back into the light. They set the claw of the crowbar into the seam by the knob and leaned. The wood cried out. So did I. I flung a chair down the hall. It broke against the baseboard, and the sound made them stumble. One of them cut his hand and bled on the carpet. I had to spend 2 full weeks staring at the stain until it went brown and then gray, keeping the door quiet the whole time. The boys never bragged about that day. They did not come back. Sometimes I see them walking on the other side of the street, and they look at the house the way you look at a closed mouth after it has bitten you. This is why I use so much of me at Halloween. It is not only the noise of that night, or the laughter in the yard. It is the simple math of doors and bodies. Every year the children grow taller and braver. Every year they bring better tools and worse reasons. Every year the line between a dare and a plan gets thin. The lock on the upstairs door is old. It is not a magic lock. It is only iron and habit and me. Habit can break. I have to be enough. I did not choose this job. That is the one piece I know for sure. People say ghosts are stuck because they cannot let go. They think we feed on our own sorrow. Maybe some of us do. I do not. I do not replay things. I do not drift past the same window because it was special to me. I stand where I must stand because if I step away, something else will step forward. I wish I could forget what is behind that door. Forgetting would be a kind of peace. But forgetting would be leaving the door unlocked. Some kindness is only possible if you remember the worst thing clearly. After the boys ran and the night put itself back on like a coat, I floated up the stairs, slow because the last show had emptied me out. I paused on the landing where the floor dips a little, the place I have polished smooth with years of passing. The hall was a long mouth, lit only by a smear of moon at the far window. The door looked just like any door, panels, frame, handle rubbed bright by hands decades dead. On the other side was the weight in the center of my life. I put my palm to the wood. The wood was cold in the way that sinks all the way into a thing and never comes back out, like water gone too deep. Behind the door, it breathed. Not a lung breath. Not a bellows in and out. A smaller, hungrier breath, the way a fire breathes in slow when it finds a knot of resin in a log. I felt it listen. I felt it wait for my hand to fall away. Sometimes it whispers. Not with words. With chances. It shows me the boys running, tripping, laughing, coming back older with bigger hands and stronger shoulders and the right wrench for the bolts. It shows me a year that will come where I will not have enough of myself left to bang anything or speak into anyone's ear. It shows me a hand on a knob and a latch sliding back and a crack of light on a threshold. It shows me what happens to light when it goes into a place that has never asked for it. I stand there and pretend I cannot see. I stand there until the thing sighs like a cat denied and curls itself small. I stand there long enough that my palm prints, if I had any left, would be worn into the grain. I do not always remember how I got this job. Memories are like rooms with doors that stick. Some open on the first try. Some you have to shoulder. Some you must leave closed because the smell from the crack is not for breathing. I have one clear piece, though, and I keep it polished. A winter long ago, when the wallpaper was new and the floors were still glossy with wax, I stood on this landing in a body that could get tired and hungry. The upstairs door was open a little. Someone had left a plate of milk for the cat near the top stair, and the cat would not touch it. A draft ran down the hall like a small, friendly hand. It was not friendly. It touched my ankle and ran. I followed it because I was foolish or kind or both. The door had been painted shut for years. Nobody ever said why. My mother liked doors to be tidy. My father did not like that hallway at all. He put a bookcase across the far end once and laughed when it fell over by itself the next afternoon. He laughed less as the years went on. People came to the house. They drank coffee and stood in the yard and looked up. They said something about settling. They said something about foundations. They said something about an old well. They did not say the thing that mattered. People never do, at least not out loud. On that winter day, the paint on the seam of the door had cracked like ice on a puddle. The draft pulled at me like string. I put my fingers on the edge of the door, and the wood was cold enough to bite. The house made a sound deep in its ribs, a warning I know by heart now. Back then it was only a noise. I pressed. The seam widened. The draft became a breath. It was not my breath. It smelled like a shut closet, an old iron, and something sweet that had gone to rot. A ribbon of dark slipped out of the crack and wound itself around my wrist the way a child wraps a ribbon. It tugged. I tugged back. It tugged harder. I saw a small shape in the corner of my eye, a shadow where there should not be a shadow. I thought it was the cat, but it was too tall and too thin, and its edges were wrong. Behind me, someone said my name, as if I had just come into a room. The voice was fond and tired, the way my mother sounded when she wanted me to go wash my hands and come sit. I turned my head without meaning to. My hand slipped on the door. The ribbon tightened. I remember the feeling of falling forward even though my feet did not move. I remember the way the sound in the house changed, like rain when a wind shifts. Then my father's hand fell on my shoulder very hard, and he pulled me back, and the door slammed, and 3 nails drove themselves home in the way that makes a person bless a hammer. We did not open that door again. We did not talk about it. We drank the milk as if to prove it had never been poured. Later, I knew what I had been for that thing, an invitation. It cannot quite make a hand. It can make a suggestion of one. It cannot quite speak. It can make sounds that make a person want to listen. It cannot open the door from its side. It can be very patient, while somebody else opens it for love. After I changed into whatever I am now, The house became the last shore I could stand on. I woke here as if I had fallen asleep in a chair and was trying to lift my head. I think I was not the first. The rooms have a feel of company, like a church pew worn by many people who knelt in the same spot. Some left marks on the walls that are not words. Some left candles guttered to stubs. Some must have stood where I stand and whispered at a door until their voices disappeared. When you belong to a place, you learn its tricks and it learns yours. The house helps me in ways that do not show. It lets me keep things where I need them. On the top stair there is a soft board you can step on without sound. The upstairs hall window will not open for anyone who does not wipe the sill with a wet rag first. The bolt on the door drags when my strength is gone, and slides sweetly when I have eaten a little courage. This is what the diary is for as well. Words are small meals. I cannot taste them, but they steady my hands. I wrote after the boys left, 4 of them, one gone early, names unknown, leader loud who likes the feeling of being first, tall one hears, short one prays, glasses boy counts. I wrote it twice because sometimes the words slip as I write. Some days the letters turn stubborn and refuse to line up. When they do this, I box them in with my hand until they agree. I add details that will matter later. I draw little maps. I know where a loose nail could snag a sleeve, where a rug could trip a foot. My diary is not romantic. It is a book of small careful traps. I have had help, once or twice. Not the kind you think. Not priests with collars and stern faces who fling water and quotes at the air. They came once, long ago, when my family still lived here. The priest patted my mother's hand and told my father it was draft and rats and too much imagination. The priest looked at the door and paled the way milk pales when you pour water into it. He muttered. He flicked water with his fingers. He went home with a headache. The water dried. The muttering went nowhere because the thing behind the door does not speak that tongue. It speaks in the language of want. Everyone understands that one. No, the help I got came from people who did not know they were doing anything at all. Once, a woman who lived 2 houses down came up the walk in the afternoon. She was small and had a face like an apple, kind and a little weathered. She held a pie in both hands and put it on the porch rail while she took a breath. I watched her through the lace curtain. Nobody ever brought pies when I lived. We were the ones who brought pie. The woman looked up at the house and shook her head. My mother told me never to go in, she said to the air, which was maybe me. But I saw those boys last night, and I thought you could use something sweet in the house. She laughed at herself and slid a little bag of salt out of her coat pocket and poured a neat line of it across the threshold. She did not cross it. She set the pie inside with both hands, careful not to break the line. She stood a moment, listening the way a person listens for a kettle to sing, then nodded and left. Salt is only salt. It will not stop a thing that walks through walls. But it was an act. It was someone using the human part of the world to make a boundary with love. The house liked it. It held that line the way a person holds a friend's coat for them. The air at the door got heavier in a good way. It made it easier for me to lean my shoulder against what needed holding. I am not saying pies and salt are spells. I am saying people are. I have almost failed twice. I have not written those nights down because if I do, the ink will tell on me. Memory can be a mirror that traps you. Once was when the teenagers came with the crowbar. The second time was more recent. It was late. The year had emptied its leaves, and the wind had hands. 4 older boys and 2 girls came, wrapped in dark coats. They did not shout. They did not dare each other. They moved the way people move when they are already inside a story they told themselves together. One had a small camera that sat on his shoulder like a tame bird. It clicked a tiny red light every few seconds. One had a metal box with wires, and he kept laughing a low, breathy laugh. They went straight up the stairs. They did not flinch at my little pushes. They spoke to me as if I were a stubborn neighbor. We come in peace, one girl said under her breath, as if she did not want the others to hear that she believed in peace at all. At the top of the stairs, they took out tools. The boy with the metal box pressed it to the door and let it buzz. "It's cold here," he whispered, and his breath showed. The other boy knelt and set 2 small metal wedges by the hinges. He tapped them with a rubber mallet to loosen the pins. Clever. Not at the knob. At the hinges. 3 minutes, he said, and the girl with the camera nodded and stepped back to frame the shot. They were not careless. They had rehearsed. The box with wires beeped like a small machine heart. I put my hand over the top pin and pushed down with everything. The pin lifted anyway, slow and stubborn as a nail clawed from a beam. The breeze behind the door felt my effort and woke a little more. It turned like a sleeper turns when a foot slips out from under the blanket and finds a cold spot. It stretched. I heard the house say a word I cannot write. The beepless camera watched the boy smile as the top pin slid free into his palm. He held it up like a fish. I knocked the camera out of his hand. It skittered down the hall, bounced twice, and cracked. That gave me a second. I shoved the wedge away from the bottom hinge. The boy swore softly and went after it. "Hey," the girl said, grabbing the knob. "Wait." She had painted her nails a perfect dark red. One nail made a tiny click against the brass as she turned it, testing. The latch did not move. We had replaced the old latch with a bolt years ago, and then painted the edges so it would set. It had held. But paint does what paint does. It chips. It forgets its job if you do not remind it. The boy with the wires pressed his box to the bolt and buzzed again. "This is hollow," he said, thrilled. He was wrong. Nothing on that side is hollow. "We could snake a camera under," he said. The girl's hand tightened on the knob, not to turn it, but to hold herself still. She was listening. You can tell when someone hears the wrong thing. Their face smooths out as if they are remembering a lullaby. I made a sound in the kitchen. Pots crashing. A drawer flying open and spilling spoons. Water starting hard in a pipe because someone turned a faucet that hasn't turned in years. The boy with the wires jerked his head toward the stair. "What was that?" he said, and pretended he had not said it. The girl held the knob. The breath behind the door found her hand and tasted it. Later, I would stand on that spot and press my palm to the wood and feel the faint warmth where her skin had been, like a dry lip on a glass. I threw everything I had left at the hall window. It cracked in a short, angry starburst, then gave up the whole pane in a slow, dragging surrender, glass beads rolling across the floor. Cold rushed in, a rude guest. The boy at the hinge swore for real and jumped because a knife of glass had cut his knuckle. The girl pulled her hand back at last. "We should go," she said, and her voice had moved down a step from the bravado she had brought. She pressed both hands to her coat and looked smaller inside it. The boy with the wires rolled his eyes because that is how some boys talk when they get scared. The other boy put the top pin in his pocket like a lucky coin and said, "Fine. Whatever. We can come back with better gear." I do not think they came back. Sometimes I think I hear the girls step on the sidewalk when the nights are cool, and the air smells like metal and rain. If she does come, she does not climb the porch. She stands at the gate, and looks up and touches 2 fingers to her neck where her pulse lives. People always want to know what is behind the door. They try to imagine it. A body. A well. A room with walls painted the wrong color. A mirror hanging at the wrong height. Those are not bad guesses. All of those things would be something a human mind could understand and fix. Put the body in the ground. Fill the well with stone. Paint the walls a kind color, and hang the mirror where it flatters. What sits there is less and more. If we opened the door and you stood there, you might see nothing at first, the way your eyes see nothing when you look at very clear water. Then you would feel the water pulling at your feet because of a current you cannot see. You would step back because some animal part of you that used to sleep in a cave would wake and grab you like a mother. If you did not step back, you would take another step forward for a reason you could tell yourself later, and the house would tilt. You would fall in without falling. You would be so glad for a moment that you would start to cry. It would feel like relief from a pain you did not know you carried. Then it would own you. That is the right word. not kill. Own. Everything after that would be quiet from the outside. The door would be only a door again, shut, polite. In the pantry downstairs, a knife might fall off its hook. In a mirror, a face might look the wrong way. A small thing. A broken thing. You would think you imagined it. Once I saw a child come back out of a place like that. Not from behind my door. From a pond in the woods behind the house, one spring when the water was high. A boy went in after a ball. He came out pale with a fish in his shirt, and eyes too wide. He did not speak for a week. When he did, he told his mother he had been in a place where the water was the right temperature, and the light was a color he had been trying to remember. He wanted to go back. He cried for the pond at dinner. His mother hid the ball. This house is like that pond. It promises a right temperature for someone who is tired of the wrong one. Behind the door is the shape that promise takes if nobody says no. The boys from this year did not come back that night. A week later I saw the chubby one on the sidewalk across the street alone. He had his hood up, and he kept kicking the same stone ahead of him for half a block. He would catch up to it in a hurry, send it skittering, then dawdle and sigh. He stopped at the gate and did not touch it. He looked up at the windows as if they were eyes that might squint. I pushed the curtain aside just enough for him to see a little movement. His mouth made a small shape and closed. He looked left and right like a person about to step off the curb, then leaned on the gate with both hands. He did not open it. He only spoke under his breath. "I'm sorry," he said. He did not know for what, exactly. For daring his friends? For dropping his flashlight? For being 12 and loud and hungry for stories? He pulled something from his pocket and put it on the gatepost. It was a little silver keychain, the kind you win at a machine in the corner of a grocery store. A cheap plastic skull hung from it, grinning like a fool. "For you," he said and flushed. "I don't know why. It feels right." "Thank you," I said, because I had enough of myself to say it that day. He did not hear words, I think. He heard the leaves in the maple by the sidewalk all turn over at once as if to show him their pale undersides. His shoulders dropped. "Okay," he said, and his mouth made a smile that looked like he had not practiced it in a while. He walked away, hands in his pockets. He did not kick the stone again. I kept the little skull on the hall table. It made me feel absurd and tender at the same time. When I passed, its hollow eyes looked up at me as if to say, "I am pretending, and you are pretending, and we both know why." The next Halloween came faster than I wanted, the way bad weather gets in when your window latch breaks. The house felt thinner that year. The paint on the door had cracked in a new pattern that looked like a map of rivers. I wrote more than usual to keep my hands steady. I stretched and lifted and counted. The counting is a rope I hold. One night the rope slipped. I was slow to hear the gate. The boys had already crossed the porch by the time I reached the front hall. The leader was there again, older by a year, his face thinner, his voice deeper in a way he did not trust yet. With him were two others I did not know and the tall one who hears. They did not bring girls. They did not bring a camera. They brought a toolbox with a bright yellow handle and a roll of tape. They went to the stairs as if drawn. I moved the air to make it thick around their ankles. They kept going. I rattled frames on the wall. They kept going. I made the upstairs window creak as if someone were leaning on it from the outside. They kept going. The leader's hand shook a little when he reached for the banister. He closed it into a fist to hide the shake. The tall one looked back, not at the door, but at the hall table. He saw the little skull and smiled at it like it was a friend who waved through a crowd. At the top, I rose in front of them the way I always do when I must. I chose a new shape because I did not want them to get used to being brave at the same picture. I made myself thin as wire and long as a winter scarf, a strip of night that snapped like ice when it moved. I let my face be only a suggestion. I'd open where eyes should be and let them be empty. The boys stopped short as if a leash had jerked them. The unknown one shouted and fell back. The leader took a step forward, then another, not because he was fearless, but because something in him said, "If I do not do this now, I will never do it later," and the later will matter more. I could have screamed in his ear. I did not. Screaming is not always the right tool. I reached past him instead and shut every open thing in the house at once. Doors the boys had not noticed creaked closed in bedrooms and closets and the back pantry. Drawers slid home. The piano lid eased down. The little silver skull toppled with a light tap against the table and rolled, clattering, into the bowl where I used to keep keys. The sound went down the hall and back like a marble in a tin chute. It was silly and strange and final. The leader's mouth opened and flattened into a laugh, then tightened into a line, then opened again. "Okay," he said to nobody. Maybe to himself. Maybe to the door. He stepped back. "Okay." He looked at the tall boy. "We go." "Wait," I said, because I had a scrap left, and because there was something I needed from them. Four heads turned at once. They did not hear the word in the air. They felt it in the sudden stillness, the way a room feels when you find the coin you were sure you had lost. "What?" the leader said, and his voice had a crack in it, but the crack was not fear. It was openness. I did not know how to ask for what I wanted. I tried in the way I know, with pictures and pushes. They saw the front door and a hammer. They saw the upstairs bolt and a length of chain. They saw a sign on the porch that said, in a sharp black hand, "Keep out," and under it, "No, really." They saw the town men with clipboards shaking their heads and putting a big orange sticker on my windows that said "Condemned." They saw a fence. They saw crows on the fence. They saw a lock on the gate, and a fire ladder pulled up so nobody could climb. They saw themselves older, walking their own children past the sidewalk across the street, telling them, "Not that house," and their children saying, "But why?" and them saying, "Because I said so, and because some things you respect without touching." The leader swallowed. He put his hands on his hips in a way that mimicked a father he might not have. "We could tell Mr. Henley somebody's squatting here," he said. "He'll put a chain on the door so fast." Mr. Henley runs the hardware store that sells more gossip than nails. The tall one nodded. "We could ask Jeff's uncle to board it up. He owes my mom." The unknown boys blinked and waited. They were not caught up. They would go wherever the talk said to go. They did not help me that night. They did better. They helped me after. 2 days later a town truck came. The men inside were bored and grouchy. They whistled as they swung out of the cab. One carried a coil of chain that clinked like a small river. One carried a sign with black letters on a white field. One carried a box of screws in a pocket on his leg that ticked every time he took a step. They talked about football and their wives' pumpkins. They did not talk about the house because they did not need to. They were the kind of men who knew when not to poke at a bruise. They screwed a bar across the front door from the outside. They set the sign where a person could not miss it. They ran the chain through the gate and snapped the lock shut like a period at the end of a sentence. They wrote something on a form that rustled like dry grass. "There," one said, and patted the post. "If they want it now, they'll have to want it hard." The other one looked up at the windows. He put his hat back on with a small push. "Let them want," he said, "but kind, the way you say good luck to a kid on a bike. Chain helps. Signs help. Men with hats help. None of those things keep out what matters most, the need in people to climb where the sign says don't. But it buys me time. Time is a shield you can hold if you do not have a sword. Time gives me more pages to write in my book. Time makes boys into men who will cross the street and shake their heads at their own old courage and tell themselves it was stupid. Time makes little girls into women who carry salt in their pockets just in case. I still have bad nights. Last spring the wind screamed like a kettle all day and kept me thin and frayed. The bolt on the upstairs door hummed like a bee. It wanted to slide. That hum makes me think of something I cannot let myself remember. I sat on the landing with my back to the door and counted to 10,000, then to 20, then to 30, until numbers were only warm pebbles in my mouth. On 8001, the house settled a little, the way a person sighs after crying. On 8003, the sun came out for a minute like someone lifted a blanket to check if I was still breathing, and put it back because I have good nights too. In summer, the windows hold the smell of lilacs from 3 yards away, and the house smells like old sugar instead of old iron. A cat visits sometimes and sits on the porch rail with its paws tucked under it like a loaf of bread. It looks into the house very intently, then blinks in the slow cat way and looks away, as if it has decided we are none of its business. A teenager stood at the gate last month and left a small battery candle on the post and lit it with a match that flared very big for a second, as if it wanted to show off. He did not say anything. He put his hand on the chain and then took it away fast. He went home with his shoulders up around his ears, the way people walk when they almost remembered something important and then lost it. Sometimes I think this is all I am meant for, to stand and keep a door shut in a house that would like to sleep. It sounds small when I say it. It is not small from where I stand. Love is sometimes only holding a gate and telling a child, not this one, pick the next yard over. I used to think I had to be fierce every minute. I learned I only have to be steady. Fierce burns bright and burns out. Steady is a stove you can cook soup on all day when the snow piles up against the door. I wish I could tell you I will be here forever. I will not. Everything gives. Paint flakes. Wood softens. Candles gutter. Words fade. I can feel the edges of me wearing thin the way a well-loved book's pages get soft and warm. I am not afraid of going. I am afraid of leaving before somebody else is ready to stand where I stand. Maybe the next one will be the chubby boy, older, coming with a different kind of courage, the quiet kind. Maybe it will be the girl with the dark nails, back with salt in her pocket, hand on the chain, eyes on the door for just a second too long, and then she will look at the hall table and see the little skull and smile and say, "All right, I will help you hold it." Maybe it will be nobody, and the house will hold itself because houses can do that sometimes if you have loved them enough. Tonight the wind is slow. The chain on the gate makes a light sound like a spoon against the glass. Somewhere far away a dog makes one sharp bark and then remembers it is night and stops. I sit on the landing with my back to the door because I like the way it feels to lean. I open my diary and write down the simple truth of the day: no one came. The letters line up neat. My hand barely shakes. I do not waste ink with fear. I cannot spare it. If you come to this house, and I hope you do not, you may feel a pulse on the porch like a hand on your chest asking, "Are you sure?" It is not to scare you away. It is to see if you are the kind who listens to good questions. If you are not, the wind will find your shoelace and untie it on the second stair. You will stop to fix it and wonder why. If you are, you will stand at the gate and look up and think of a different place you mean to be, a warm kitchen, a friend's bright porch, a party where the music is too loud and the laughter is safe. You will put your hand on the chain and take it away again and say, "Later," and later will become never, and never will save you. Leave me to my counting. Leave the door to its cold. Leave the thing behind it to its hunger that is not for you. I will be here as long as I can, a shape between a latch and a want, making small sounds at boys with flashlights, making a woman think of salt when she leaves a pie, making a town man check a lock twice without knowing why. This is the work. It is not heroic. It is enough. And if someday I am not here and you are, and you feel the breath behind that door, taste the heat of your hand through wood, I hope you think of small things. Think of a child's fear that kept him from being cruel. Think of a cheap plastic skull smiling on a hall table. Think of a line of salt poured by a woman who shook her head and did what her mother told her. Think of a diary with crooked letters, written by someone who held the page down so the words would not run away. Take a step back. Put your hand down. Count to 1,000, and then to 2, and then to 3, and let the door be only a door for one more night. Maybe you will hear me then, wherever I have gone. Maybe the leaves will all turn at once, and you will understand what I am saying without words. Not this one. Not tonight. Stay. Be still. You wake to the buzz of your phone on the nightstand. The room is dim, the curtains still holding back the morning. Your eyes are sandy with sleep. You fumble, swipe, squint at the time. 7:03. A message from Tom. "Hey. Do you want to hang out sometime today? I'm free whenever. Your thumbs move before your head is fully awake. Yeah, I can be there around 10. You set the phone face down on the table, roll onto your side, and sink back into the warm denture body made in the mattress. You let the quiet wrap you up. Distant birds. A car somewhere. The thin hum of the ceiling fan. Your alarm isn't set. You trust your body to wake you in time. When you open your eyes again, the clock reads 9:26. Your chest lifts with a small rush of nerves. You grab the phone. There's a single reply sitting on the lock screen. Cool. See you then. You shower quick. Jeans. The red t-shirt with Adidas big across the chest. You pull it on without thinking. It's soft from 100 washes, the hem a little curled. Socks. Shoes. Phone. Keys. Wallet. You swallow a glass of water and a piece of toast at the counter, stand there as the toaster ticks and your mind catches up to the day. It's good to have something simple on the calendar. No work. No errands. Just Tom. You have known him half your life. He was the first person to text you when you got your driver's license. He showed you how to change a tire, how to fix a squeaky door, how to set up a tripod for long exposure shots of the night sky. He knows which songs make you cry even if you pretend you don't. You think of his house as you drive. The low white fence out front. The hydrangeas he never waters and that yet somehow bloom every spring. The way the front steps lean a little to the right. You pass the grocery store you both hated as kids because it always smelled like mop water. You catch a red light by the park where you used to play in the summer. There is a girl throwing a ball for a dog small and quick. The dog darts after it like it's a miracle. Your phone buzzes when you pull into his driveway. You put the car in park and glance down. Are you here? You frown a little. You hadn't sent the here text yet. You type fast. Can I come through the front? The typing dots bounce. Then, I guess so. Are you here? Yes? Oh, okay, come on in. You stare at the screen for a second. The words sit there like they're wearing the wrong shoes. It's not that anything is wrong in the words. It's the feeling. Like the text thread has a draft you didn't write. You shake it off, slide the phone into your pocket, step out into the thin, cool air. The porch boards creak the way they always creak. You turn the knob. The house smells like the kind of cereal that cuts the roof of your mouth, and like the London dish soap he buys from the store brand because he says all soap is the same. Hey, you call. Your voice sounds small in the hallway. In here. His voice comes from the kitchen. It's a familiar sound. Easy, a little lazy around the edges, like a long Saturday morning. You find him sitting at the table with a bowl in front of him. Milk is a small lake ringed by cereal islands. He eats fast, like always, like a person who believes in breakfast as a sport. He grins when he sees you. That grin is a door you've walked through 1,000 times. You feel your shoulders drop. You want some? He asks, already half rising, hand moving toward the cabinet. Nah, I'm good, you say. Then, because your brain wants to be polite. Maybe a small bowl. He grabs a second bowl, sets it down, slides the cereal box over. You pour. He watches the milk fill the space around the flakes, then goes back to eating. The TV in the other room is off. The house is quiet except for the scrape of spoons and the hum of the fridge. What's going on, man? You ask. You say it light, with the smile that says no pressure, no plan. He looks up at you with his mouth full, cheeks lifted, brows in a soft line like parentheses. He says through the cereal, then swallows and drinks a long sip of milk from the bowl like he has done since you were kids. You texted me. Just making sure there wasn't, like, a thing. Or if you just wanted to hang out. Oh. He laughs. It's quick. It leaves the room without touching the walls. Yeah, I know. I was just messing with you back there. Okay. You smile. He smiles. The air moves on. Want to watch something? He says. Or we can go out later. I don't care. Movie sounds good. You walk to the living room. The couch is soft the way an old couch is soft, springs remembering all the bodies that sat there. You pick up the remote and flick on the TV. The last thing he watched pops up. You flick through options. He calls from the kitchen. You pick. You're the guest. You laugh a little and call back. Okay, Your Majesty. He comes in with his bowl, sits, and leans into the corner of the couch the way he always sits. He sets the bowl on the coffee table and slouches. Pick anything. Just not that one, he says, pointing at a long documentary on people who live without electricity. I watched that one last week. Boring. You scroll. You land on a movie you both saw in high school and loved because there was a scene that made you both cry and then laugh because you were crying. This? He gives a small thumbs up. You hit play. The movie starts and fills the room with old songs and easy dialogue. Your eyes do their thing. TV, coffee table, his socks, the TV again. The morning slides into the day. You feel the little hum in your chest that says you can let your guard down. It's the kind of feeling only a few people give you in your whole life. You glance at him, quick. Something catches. Your brain doesn't know it yet. It just stores it. Then you notice his shirt. The print is unmistakable, a blue castle with fancy spires. The words under it should say the name that everyone knows from childhood, the name that sits on the front of old tapes and giant gates. But the letters are not right. They are reversed, like you're looking in a mirror. Each letter is a copy of itself flipped over. Your mouth moves before your mind does. Your shirt is backwards, you say, smiling like it's a joke. He looks down and shrugs. He taps the letters with one finger. Oh, this? It's not really that brand, he says. It's like a copy. They, reverse the words so they don't get sued or whatever. He gives a little laugh. It doesn't sit right. It's not the laugh he uses when things are funny. It's the laugh people use when they are standing in someone else's shoes and trying to make the shoes look like their own. Got it, you say. Weird. It's not weird, he says too fast. It's just the shirt. Yeah, you say. Just the shirt. He turns back to the TV. You try to as well. The movie keeps going like it doesn't care what shirts say. You look at him again. Not his shirt. His face. You've looked at that face so many times you could draw it in the dark. The mole under his eye. It is small, the color of a coffee drop. It has always been under his left eye. When you were 13, he got it checked. The doctor said it was fine. He joked for weeks that he was mysterious. Now it sits under his right eye. You stare. You look away. You look back. You tell yourself you are mixing up left and right. You are sitting on the other side of him today. That is all. You let your eyes slide to the photo on the wall. It is a family picture from 2 summers ago at the beach. Tom stands in the middle with his parents. The wind has his hair everywhere. He's laughing. The mole is under his left eye. Your brain does a small flip, like a fish in a shallow bucket. You swallow. Your mouth tastes like cereal milk. You press your tongue to the roof of your mouth because it gives you something to do. Your fingers find the seam of the couch and rub it like it can answer questions. Tom pauses the movie. Want more cereal? He asks, already standing. I'm good, you say. I'm gonna get more. He goes to the kitchen. You hear the box hit the table, the dry rush of cereal, the glug-glug of milk. The spoon tapping the bowl. He comes back in with the bowl nested in one hand. He sits. He lifts the spoon with his right hand and eats. Your stomach does something. It drops a little and then swings back up like a ride. You watch his hand move to his mouth, over and over. Tom writes everything with his left hand. He brags about it. He always said left-handed people are smarter and die younger, and that he hopes one of those things isn't true. He taught himself guitar left-handed, and then right-handed, and then left again because he said ambidextrous people get more brain connections. You've watched him sign his name with flourishes that make AT look like a bird flying. He is left-handed. He is using his right like it has been his hand all along. You look at his hands like you're waiting for them to confess. His fingers are long, a little chewed at the nails. He has a thin scar on his knuckle where he cut it on the edge of a metal ruler in 10th grade. The scar is there, on the same knuckle. It looks right. The mole is wrong. The shirt is wrong. The hand is wrong. The face is almost right. Almost is the word that keeps bumping into the inside of your head. The movie plays and plays. You don't know what scene you're in. You feel like the room moved half an inch to the left, and no one told you. Your brain tries to flatten everything back into place. I need the bathroom, you say. Your voice is even and small, like a person asking a cashier for change. Tom sets his bowl down. He doesn't blink. You can't use it, he says, then adds a laugh like frosting. I cleaned. It's a mess. You stand. I'll be quick, you say. You move toward the hall. He stands too fast. The bowl clinks. Milk slops onto the table. Stop, he says in a tone that is not his tone. It is too sharp. It cuts the air like a box cutter. He takes a step toward you. You take 2 steps. Your shoulder brushes the doorway. You don't think. You move. Your feet know this hallway. 3 steps to the picture with the dog. 5 steps to the first door. The bathroom is at the end, left side, the door that always sticks if you pull instead of push. You hear him behind you. You hear his breath fast. You hear him say, "Don't go in there," with fear in it. Not fear for the door. Fear for you. Your hand meets the cold metal of the knob. You push. The door opens. You slip inside and slam it. Your fingers find the lock without looking. It clicks like a safe. You press your back to the wood. Your own breath fills the small room, loud, fast, fogging the space inside your head. You turn. The sink mirror is a spiderweb of cracks. Threads of glass catch the light in thin, silvery lines. Below the mirror, Tom lies on the tile floor. His eyes are open but empty. His mouth is slack. There is a small dark line on his forehead where the mirror must have cut him when it broke. His shirt says the castle name the right way. The letters are not backwards. The mole sits under his left eye, exactly where it has always lived. He is not moving. You say his name. You say it like a person trying keys in a lock. You step forward, your shoes sticking on something you don't see. The air smells like iron and soap. Your chest is tight. Your hands shake. Behind you, glass breaks. Not the broken glass in front of you. A new breaking. Hello, says every hair on your arms. Your body moves before your brain can warn it. You turn toward the sound. The mirror on the side wall is intact. It is also not a mirror anymore. It is a sheet of dark water held vertical. The surface pushes out like a breath from the other side. Fingers, then palms, then a face pressed through. The surface gives like thick jelly. A shape emerges as if it has been waiting behind the glass, and now the door is finally open. It steps into the bathroom and knocks more glass onto the floor. Shards bounce and skitter. It is the size of a person you know. It is wearing a red shirt that looks like yours, the one with the sports brand across the front. The letters read backward. The A is still an A, but the word is a reflection of itself, as if the cloth has its own mirror world stitched into the threads. It lifts its face. The light touches it and pushes away. The eyes find you like nails finding wood. Your stomach goes light and your feet go heavy and your brain goes somewhere small and bright, a room with no windows. The last thing you see before the world tips is your own shirt inverted, your own life spelled in reverse walking toward you with your friend's smile. You wake to a sound that is not a sound. It is something like a hum behind the ears. You float for a while in the space where dreams sit to catch their breath. Then all at once, you are heavy again. Pain lands in your temples like coins dropped into a cup. Your tongue tastes like metal. Something presses on your cheek. Cold tile. The bathroom is the same room you ran into, and not the same room at all. The sink is there, the sharp smell of lemon cleaner and old pipes, the toothbrush holder shaped like a cat with one ear chipped. The mirror above the sink is still a cracked star and not a smooth sheet of glass. The other mirror on the side wall is whole now. No cracks. No water. It is only a mirror. It shows the room. It shows you. You tell your arms to push and they do. You sit up slowly. Your head swims and then steadies. You move your hand to the back of your neck. You expect to feel blood. There is none. There is only a tender spot like a bruise. Tom is not on the floor anymore. You look at the sink. The cat toothbrush holder looks back at you with its painted eyes. There is a single drop of blood on the white porcelain. You smell it more than you see it. Your body leans toward it without your permission. Something scratches at the door. A soft scrape, then a polite knock. "Hey," a voice says from the other side, smooth and careful. "You okay in there?" It is Tom's voice and not Tom's voice. It wears Tom's shape and uses Tom's words, but the things it does with the ends of the words are wrong. It presses too hard. It stops too soon. It does not leave fingerprints where Tom's voice leaves fingerprints. You stand. Your legs hold you. Your hand finds the lock and stops. You look at your hands. They are the same hands you woke with. There is a faint smudge of red on your right palm. You rub it on your jeans and it leaves a darker mark. "Hey," the voice says again. You can hear a smile in it. "You kind of scared me there." Then, a small laugh, the soft kind, like cotton. "You know the door sticks if you pull instead of push." That is the thing Tom says every time someone struggles with this door. Your mouth opens. It doesn't know which words to call for. You take a breath and it tastes like a coin. "Yeah," you say. Your voice works. "Sorry." "No problem," the voice says. "You want water?" "I can get water." You can hear him step away down the hall. You can hear him step back again. "Or juice." You stare at the mirror. The person looking back at you looks like you. You lift your left hand. The person lifts their right. It is a mirror. You know this is how mirrors work. It still makes your stomach turn a degree. Your shirt says Adidas, in white letters that are smooth from washing. In the mirror, the letters are backward. You have looked at your shirts in mirrors all your life. You have never noticed how they look like they are trying to speak a language you don't know. You unlock the door. You open it. The hall is bright in a way that feels fake and too clean, like a hospital or a show home with plastic on the furniture. Tom stands there with a glass of water. He smiles the way people smile in toothpaste ads. He holds the glass out. His wrist shows a small thread of blue vein. His mole sits under his right eye. "You okay?" he asks again. "Yeah," you say. "Headache." He nods like that's the right answer. "Sit," he says, and he walks to the living room. You follow because that is the line the scene wants you to follow. He says, "Movie's paused. We can finish it, or we can do something else." His voice has smoothed out the edges it had a minute ago. It is careful now, like someone holding a full plate in a crowded room. You sit on the couch. The cushions remember you. The room looks like his living room and also like a drawing of his living room done by someone who had only seen it once. The photo frames on the wall hang straight. You stand and walk to one. You pretend to look at the picture when what you want to look at is the words and the shapes around it. The little brass plate at the bottom has the family name engraved. The letters are correct. The names under the faces are correct. You trace the lines with your eyes because your fingers want to touch, and you don't trust them. Tom's eyes travel with you. When you turn, he is still. He is not offended that you are walking around his house. He is not worried that you just locked yourself in his bathroom and then stared at his walls. He is patient. Patient feels worse than anger. "I think I need to go home," you say. You put the glass on the table untouched. Your voice is light like this is a normal thing to say on a normal day. Inside you, a small animal puts its ears back. He blinks. "Already?" "Yeah. Sorry. My head." He tilts his head like a person thinking. "Sure," he says. Another time. He picks up the remote and turns the TV off. The screen goes black and shows both of you in it, faint. Your shirt reads backwards in a second black mirror. His shirt reads backwards too. You grab your keys. You walk to the door. You put your hand on the knob. Something feels like it is standing on your chest with gentle feet. Hey, he says behind you. You pause. Want me to walk you out? No, you say. It's fine. You turn the knob. The door opens. The porch is the porch again. The hydrangeas are themselves again. The sky is a pale blue, thin clouds like chalk. Text me when you get home, he says. Okay, you say. You step onto the porch. The boards creak the same way. A bird lifts from the fence and flutters to the next yard. You go down the steps to your car. You unlock it with your thumb and slide in. The seat holds your shape. You sit for a second, hands on the wheel, looking at your face in the rearview mirror. It is your face. Your pupils are a little big. You start the car. You back out of the driveway slow. You put the car in drive and roll forward. In the rearview, Tom stands at the window, 2 fingers lifting in a small wave. The glass catches him and turns him into a ghost. You turn at the corner. The house is gone. You drive without the radio on. The car fills with the sound of your tires and your breath and the little rattle the glove box makes when you hit a bump. You pass the park again. The dog is gone. The girl is gone. The swings hang empty and still, like no one ever used them. You stop at the grocery store light. It stays red for longer than it should. You watch the numbers on the clock. 12:17, 12:18, 12:18, 12:18. You rub your eyes and it turns green. Your phone pings in your pocket as you turn into your street. You do not look at it yet. You pull into your driveway, cut the engine, sit with the silence. You can hear your heart in your ears. You take the phone out. A text sits on the screen. Text me when you get home, smiley face. You stare long enough that the phone dims and you have to tap it to make it believe you again. You type. Home. The dots appear. Then, good. You go inside. Your house has that slightly stale smell a house gets when it has been closed all morning. You set your keys in the tray by the door, your phone face down, your wallet on the hall table. You stand there for a while with your palms flat on the table as if it's a cliff and you are not sure whether to jump. You walk to the bathroom. You feel stupid as you do it, but you go anyway. You flip on the light. Your mirror is your mirror. There is a little line of toothpaste at the bottom edge where you never wiped well enough. You look at yourself. You lift your left hand. The person in the mirror lifts their right. You look down at your shirt. The letters on your chest are in the right order on the cloth, wrong order in the glass. You press your finger against the mirror. It is cool and hard. You press harder. It stays what it is. You splash water on your face. It helps. You stand there until the water dries in the air. Then you go to the living room and sit on the couch and stare at the blank TV. Across from the TV is the window that looks out onto your small yard. The glass shows the bushes outside and also shows you. Your shirt is reversed again in that reflection. Your head throbs a little. You close your eyes. When you open them, your phone is buzzing on the table. The sound is thin. You pick it up. Unknown number. You hesitate. Then you swipe to answer. Hello? Static. Then a voice. It is a whisper but also not a whisper. It is like someone talking with their mouth half underwater. Don't go back, it says. Who is this? Your voice is a small box. Don't go back, the voice says again. Please. A click. The line is dead. You hold the phone to your ear until the line tells you it is nothing but space. You look at the call log. No number. Just unknown. You set the phone down and pick it up and set it down again because motion feels like action and action feels like control. Your chest is full of bees. The day moves. It is a kind of movement you can't see. The light shifts slowly on the floor. Your phone sits quiet. Your mind walks in circles around the bathroom at Tom's house, around the mole under the wrong eye, around the letters on the shirt that read like a word in a dream. You get up and make tea because tea is something you can make without feeling like you are making it. You stand at the sink and watch the steam rise from the cup. You try to think of a reason to be fine. You stir even though there is nothing to stir. You take the cup to the couch and hold it without drinking. You press it to your lip and then set it on the table. Your phone buzzes again. This time it's a text. It's from Tom. Movie was good. We should finish it another day. I had fun. Thanks for coming by. You stare at the words. They are a normal shape. They sit like a normal message in a normal day. You type back. Yeah, for sure. You don't send it. You type instead. How's your head? The dots appear. Then, fine. You type. Still a headache. Gonna rest. His typing dots show. Then, okay. Rest. Don't look in too many mirrors, you might get dizzy lol. You read the sentence twice. Your thumb hovers over the keyboard, then drops. You put the phone face down. Your tea is cold. You drink it anyway. The afternoon goes thin. The light tilts. The bees in your chest quiet to a hum. You lie down on the couch with a blanket and close your eyes. Sleep is a narrow bridge. You walk it and fall off and walk it again. You dream of a room full of mirrors and none of them show you. They show the room behind you with a person standing in it. The person wears your shirt with the letters the wrong way. The person watches you sleep and does not blink. You wake at dusk. The air is blue. You sit up too fast and the room does a slow turn and then stops. Your phone is lit. Another text. Feeling better? You type. Yeah. You. He types. Hungry. Cereal again? You smile at that because it is a picture of the person you know. You type. Drink water too. He sends back a water emoji and a laughing face. The faces on your screen look like masks. You carry your blanket to your bedroom and put it on the bed even though it is not cold. You stand by the window and watch the street lights come on one by one. The neighborhood settles into its night routine. A dog bark, a car door shut, one TV through one window playing a show where the people shout and then laugh. You brush your teeth. You wash your face. You avoid looking directly at the mirror and then make yourself look. Your face is your face. Your shirt is on the floor. The letters do not matter. You set your phone on the nightstand and plug it in. You turn out the light. You lie there with your eyes open in the dark for a while listening to the fan hum and counting the breaths between your breaths. You think of the cracked mirror and the not cracked mirror and the way the second thing crawled through like a person coming up through ice. You think of how it carried your shirt like a flag. You think of Tom's face on the floor and Tom's face at the door, and which one is a face and which one is a story. In the morning, you open your eyes to quiet. You lie there and wait for the phone to buzz. It doesn't. You get up. The day has the shape of pure repetition. Shower. Clothes. Toast. Coffee. You look at your red shirt on the chair and decide to wear a gray one that only has a small logo. Your brain says this will help even though you know that is not how things help. You scroll through old photos while you chew. There is Tom at the fair with a funnel cake big as his head. The powdered sugar is on his eyebrow. There is Tom at the lake, the sun on his shoulders, the mole under his left eye. There is a video of him laughing so hard he snorts. Your chest pulls tight and then lets go. You tell yourself you will not go to his house. You will text. You will call. You will be normal at a distance. You will not go stand in front of the door where the boards creak the same way. You put your keys in your pocket. You take them out. You pace the living room and your eyes keep landing on the window glass and on the way it shows one world and then another, the one behind you, and the one in front, layered. Your phone buzzes. The unknown number again. You answer. Hello? Static. Then, please don't go back. The voice whispers. It is a whisper and the whole room hears it. It looks like him. It isn't. Who is this? Your voice is not your voice. It is a line drawn thin. The line goes dead. You stare at the phone until your eyes water. You set it down like it can break from looking. You last until noon. You tell yourself you are going to drive past only. You will not stop. You pull onto his street, and every house looks like itself. You drive slow. You roll past his place and see the front windows. The glass has a slight ripple like old glass in old houses. Your own reflection swims in it for a second, and then is gone. You park half a block away and sit with your hands in your lap. This is stupid. You know it's stupid. You get out anyway. You walk. Every step is a question. Every step has the same answer. You stand on the porch. The boards creak. You knock. Footsteps inside. The door opens. Tom stands there. He looks like a person who slept well. His eyes are bright. There is no cut on his forehead. The mole is under his right eye. Hey, he says, smiling. I was just thinking about you. You say, hi. You say, I was around. You say, do you have a minute? For you? Always, he says. He steps back. He gestures in. Come in. You step over the threshold. The air inside shifts. It feels like you walked from one movie into another without realizing, like a cut you didn't see. The house smells like clean laundry and faint lemon. The TV is off. The couch is the couch. The photo frames show smiles. There is a small new picture added on the table by the door. It is of you and him last winter, hats pulled low, scarves high. Snow stuck in your eyelashes. You pick it up and feel the rough edge of the frame. Your thumbprints smudge the glass. The two of you in the picture look back, their breath white in the air. In the curve of the glass, half an inch of your face bends. You okay? He asks, and the concern sounds real. Yeah, you say. I wanted to. I don't know what I wanted. Cereal? He says and grins. It is a joke and a test. You laugh because your body knows to laugh. I'm good, you say. Maybe water? He goes to the kitchen. You follow. He pulls a glass from the cabinet and fills it at the tap. He hands it to you. His fingers brush yours. They are warm. Your skin wants to pull away and wants to stay. You drink. The water is cold and true. It slides down your throat and tells your brain that some things are still what they are. You want to finish that movie? He says, nodding toward the living room. Maybe later, you say. You lean against the counter. I had a weird dream. Yeah? He leans opposite you, mirroring without thinking. What about? You start to say mirrors, and then you don't. I don't know, you say. I woke up with a headache. You and your head, he says, smiling. You want ibuprofen? I'll be fine. You always say that. You do. He knows. He knows you. You look at his face. You know it too. You tell yourself you could draw it in the dark. You could draw it backwards if the paper asked. The house holds its breath. Somewhere a pipe ticks. Somewhere a neighbor closes a car door. You hear it all like the sounds live inside your own chest. You say, Can I use your bathroom? You watch his eyes. You watch the muscles around his mouth where a yes lives. There is a small pause. Then he nods. Sure, he says. He gestures, a small, nervous motion, like he wants to pull the word back. Just don't be startled. The mirror's messed up. You walk down the hall. Your feet find the scuffs in the wood as if they had left them. The bathroom door sits there like it has sat there every day. You put your hand on the knob. You push. The door opens. The mirror above the sink is cracked in the same star shape. The other mirror on the side wall is just a mirror. The tile is clean. The cat toothbrush holder is a cat. There is a faint pink stain near the drain like someone scrubbed hard. You step in and close the door. You don't lock it. You look at the not cracked mirror. You look at yourself. You look at your eyes and try to see whether they are your eyes. You lean in. The mirror fogs a little with your breath. You wipe a circle clear with your palm. Your hand leaves prints that look like maps. Everything okay? Tom calls from the hall. His voice is careful and close. Yeah, you say. I'm good. You turn the water on and let it run. You cup your hands and splash your face. You count to 10. You dry your face on the towel that hangs there, the one with his initials stitched small. You open the door. Tom stands there with his hands in his pockets. He is trying to look casual. He looks like a person who is acting in a play he has not rehearsed enough. He smiles. See? He says. Stuck door. Yeah, you say. It sticks. You walk back to the living room. He follows. He sits. You sit. The space between you is a river. It runs backward and forward at the same time. Want to go shoot photos later? He says. The light is good. That golden kind you like. Maybe, you say. You feel your mouth make the word. You feel the words slide off your teeth. You think about the unknown number, about the small voice that sounded like it traveled a long way through wrong air. You think about the person on the floor and the person at the door, and how they both felt true. You think about how a mirror only shows what stands in front of it, and also shows a world you can't walk into unless the glass breaks in a certain way. You say nothing about any of this. You sit beside your friend and watch the air move in the dust like glitter. You notice the little things you always notice. The water ring on the coffee table from last week, the chip on the arm of the chair from when he moved it and hit the door frame, the way one slat of the blind is bent and lets in a line of light on the wall like a blade. You think you can do this. You think you can sit here and be normal and let the day attach to its own shape. You think you can adjust to the small wrongs the way people adjust to a picture hung slightly crooked. You think humans can live with a lot when they love someone. You think you can love someone and also be a little afraid of the room they stand in. You think these things, and then the mirror on the TV screen catches your eye again. The dark glass shows the room and the two of you in it, faint, doubled. Your red shirt sits on the couch in the glass, and the letters across your chest read themselves backward and backward and backward into the dark. You look down at your real shirt, and the letters are fine. You look up and they are not. You keep your eyes on the TV until the screen goes black with the reflection, and you are just two shapes in the world, watching the world watch you. And you breathe. And you tell yourself you will know what to do before the glass breaks again. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I'd only just settled into the little flat in Rains Park and, like anyone new to a neighborhood, I was still learning which turns felt right and which ones sent you wandering. Most days I told myself I'd beat the trains at their own game by riding a bike to work. Most days the weather, or my own lazy streak, talked me back onto the platform. Southwest trains and I had a tense relationship, and when they decided to sulk, they really sulked. More than once I'd ended a late shift standing at Clapham Junction with the boards flashing cancelled like a taunt. When that happened, I'd take a bus as far as Wimbledon Common and walk the last 3 miles home. For what it's worth, it isn't a bad walk. London's not much for hills out there, and if you stick to the Ridgeway you get a few clearings where the night opens up and you can see farther than you expect. Some people will tell you the view is wasted on a place like Croydon. I've always thought a distant city looks softer when it's made of little lights, no matter which city it is. The houses along that stretch keep themselves tidy. Driveways nestly quiet, cars the color of pennies and bones, and the hedges look ironed. Even on weekends, the streets go to bed early. You might pass a couple shuffling back from a dinner, the man's hand on the small of the woman's back, or hear a dog's paws ticking along the pavement. Otherwise, it's just you and the steady lamps and the occasional fox ghosting between bins. That night started like the other nights. I hopped off the bus at the War Memorial, cut through the village center, and turned onto the Ridgeway. My phone had died somewhere between Wandsworth and Southfields. No music, no maps, no little blue dot to keep me company, so I listened to my own footsteps and the soft hush of distant traffic. To pass the time, I played a game I always play on that route. You look at a house without being nosy about it and try to guess the story inside. Charger cables coiled on the hall table and a low, wide car in the drive. Some kind of finance job, always late, loves a weekend in Spain. Bike leaning against the garden wall, toys scattered near a door, big SUV with a roof box, 2, maybe 3 kids, the middle one refuses to wear a coat, the mum laughs with her whole face. That sort of thing. It's a silly game, but it keeps the walk from stretching into a long, thin line. Halfway down the ridgeway I slowed and patted my coat pockets, looking for a lighter. I told myself I was cutting back, but old habits like the dark. I found the lighter buried under a folded receipt, thumbed a small flame to life, and leaned into it. As the cigarette caught, I looked up and noticed I wasn't alone. It wasn't unusual to see someone. It was unusual to see someone like her. She was ahead of me on the same side of the street, at the edge where the lamplight fades. For a second I thought the walk would just be awkward. 2 strangers playing that silent game of speed and distance so you don't walk shoulder to shoulder in the quiet. But then my brain caught up to my eyes. She was young. Dressed up. A costume. It took me a moment to place it. A schoolgirl outfit, the kind teenagers wear for Halloween, all pleated skirt and white shirt, and a tie that looked knotted by a friend. Her legs, pale as paper, were bare to the night. She was either drunk, bone-tired, or something else entirely, because she moved like a person walking on the deck of a ship. I stopped where I was, half hidden behind a beech hedge, weighing up the calculus of city kindness. In London we have a pact, unspoken but durable. You don't lock eyes with strangers unless there's a reason. That pact keeps a lot of days simple. But there are exceptions, and even a person who loves their own private quiet struggles to ignore someone who looks like they're falling apart. She looked up then, and I saw she'd been crying. Not the damp on the lashes crying you can blink away. The full, swollen-lid kind. The tear tracks left pale lines through heavy makeup. Whoever had done it, professional or just careful, had made her face ghost white, her eyes dark as bruises. For a split second I thought I had the whole scene figured. A party gone wrong, a joke that turned mean, a girl who'd run out under the weight of it. You don't need to be an expert to recognize that combination of embarrassment and rage and heartbreak that hits at 16. My brain threw up a dozen little stories, friends who laughed at her costume, a boy who said something cruel, parents who wouldn't come when she called. I took a step her way. She froze. I raised both hands open-palmed like a person approaching a skittish dog. "Hey," I said, keeping my voice easy, soft so it wouldn't startle. "You all right? You seem upset. Are you in trouble?" No reply. Just that stare. Direct and bright and fixed. I stopped a few feet short, 4, maybe 5, and tried again. "Did you have a bit too much to drink?" I asked. "Or something stronger?" The words sounded stupid coming out of my mouth, and anyway I knew better than to say it like that. Bad nights happen even without a bottle or a pill. She said nothing. Her throat worked like she was swallowing words she didn't want. "Do you need a taxi?" I asked. "Or someone to call?" "I'd offer my phone, but it's dead. I can get you to a shop, or a pub that's open, or—" She began to cry again, but this time it was a sound you could feel. A long, torn wail like something had been ripped open inside her. I flinched. It tugged at an old place in me, a place that remembered standing in cold air and saying I'm fine when I wasn't. It also made me want to turn and walk quickly in the other direction. The truth is, both were true at once. I took half a step forward, half a step back, and ended up in the same spot. "Why are you crying?" I managed. Even as I said it, I knew it was too simple a question to be useful. She dragged herself back from the edge of whatever cliff she'd been hanging over and lifted her face to mine. Her eyes looked larger than eyes should be. When she spoke, her voice surprised me. Not because of the sound of it, which was soft and small, but because it had nothing to do with costumes or parties or being laughed at. "Because you're going to die," she said. "I've been near death before. A car once, a hospital corridor once, and the quiet room after. Those kinds of moments rearrange your drawers. You sit with your own ending in your lap and try to make it behave, and maybe you come away with a kind of peace. Maybe not. I had, more or less. I don't wear it like a badge. It's just a thing I know about myself. I won't live forever. Most days it makes me kinder. Some days it makes me careless. I tried a smile I hoped looked gentle and not condescending. I know, I said. Her expression changed in a way I can't easily describe. Shocked, yes. Also angry, as if I'd failed a test. She shook her head, a tiny movement, furious. You are going to die, she said again, the words clipped and deliberate. And he is going to kill you. Every sensible part of me lit up at once like a switchboard. A voice in my head that sounded like every safety announcement I'd ever ignored said right then, time to go. I had a brief thought about the cautionary columns Hunter S. Thompson used to write. Don't underestimate the way a bad trip can turn a person into something unrecognizable, and decided that her night, whatever had happened in it, was no longer my assignment. I had to do the boring, smart thing. Good luck, I said as gently as I could, because we both deserve that, and I turned and walked away. After a handful of quick steps I glanced back. She hadn't moved. She dropped her head again and was crying as if the sound itself hurt her. I quickened my pace until the road curved and the hedge and the front gardens hid her. It left me jittery. I stuck my dead headphones in out of habit, forgetting they were dead, and laughed at myself because the little rituals stick around even when they're useless. I checked my watch out of nothing but impatience. 2 miles to go if I cut the corners right. 20 minutes, maybe less. My mind kept poking at the girl like a sore tooth. I should have done more. I should have done less. I should have found a police car. I should have pretended I didn't hear. All 4 thoughts took turns like children on a roundabout. The first shout landed like a brick from a rooftop. I'm coming for you, a man's voice roared. I froze mid-step. The air jolted with it. You know how a sound has a shape when it hits you, right? This one did. It had edges. It scraped. It sounded close and far at the same time, like it had been thrown down the street, and also whispered next to my ear. My brain did what brains do, tried to tidy it up. Someone's idea of a Halloween scare. An idiot hiding behind a bush with a speaker and a beer. A recording. An unwell person. A prank, full stop. I didn't slow down. It felt, suddenly, like slowing down would be the move the prank wanted. I kept up a firm, even pace, the kind that says, yes, you got me, but I've nowhere to be except home and you've had your fun. I stared hard at the pavement in front of me and counted breaths. The second shout arrived like it had galloped to catch up. I hate you! The voice had shifted. Closer, for sure. But when I turned, the street lay open behind me, just the slick sheen of pavement, and neat hedges and the long, white wash of the lamps. No figure. No teenagers doubling over laughing in a doorway. No flash of a phone camera. My skin prickled. I kept walking. Then I did what any sensible person does when they feel like a target and don't want to. I changed my route. At the Swan, where the ridgeway curls and spills you toward the brighter part of town, I cut sharp right and took Thornton Road down the hill. Those side streets are darker, and on another night I might have avoided them, but they offered fewer hiding places and a quicker path to Whirple Road, the wider, busy stretch where cabs drift and headlights stack like pearls. I'd barely passed the second house when the voice called again. You are going to die, it said, not bellowed this time, and somehow the quiet made it worse. It sounded like it came from the mouth of the street behind me. If someone was staging this, it was a well-timed last push before I slipped out of view. The darker road gave me permission to be a coward without feeling like one. I started to jog. Not a sprint, not yet, just enough to turn the engines on. The voice had a weight to it now, a density I could feel in my chest. The anger in it wasn't a prank sort of anger. It didn't have that schoolyard spice. It had an old flavor. It felt like the kind of hatred people grow like vines and pride themselves on pruning. Where Thornton bends and becomes King Avenue, the road kinks left and drops steeper. The houses sit a little farther back, the trees knit a little closer overhead. That's where it happened again. So close to my right ear I flinched away from nothing. "I will kill you," the voice said. If he'd been a real man hiding behind the fence, my shoulder would have brushed his coat. If he'd been tucked into the shadow of a porch, I'd have seen his shoe. I didn't. Whatever this was, it walked beside me as surely as my own shadow, and I did the only thing my body was willing to do. I ran. Whatever grace and dignity I thought I was going to carry home with me that night got left on the pavement. I ran downhill with my breath in my throat and my feet thudding so hard I felt it in my teeth. The voice went with me, above me, beside me, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. It didn't stick to one sentence. It threw whatever it wanted. "I hate you," it hissed. "Coward. Die. Time to die. Die, coward." If you've ever had fear switch on suddenly, full body, full brain, you know how it changes your senses. Everything gets crisp and too close. The air smells sharp, like you can smell the cold itself. The noise of your own footfalls sounds separate from you, like a second person. I could feel the voice like heat on my skin, as if the words themselves were wind. It seemed to push me forward and press against my face at the same time. I couldn't decide whether I was running away from the rage or directly into it. And then a bad thought arrived, climbing up out of the mess of the other thoughts, ugly and precise. What if it's me? What if I'm the one yelling? What if my head is tossing the words around like glass and throwing them back at me? I'm not proud of what I thought after. I thought, "I hate you" back. Not at the voice, exactly. Not at a person. At the whole setup. At being frightened in a street that never frightened me. At being made to run and feel foolish for running. It was petty, and it felt hot and stupid, and I understood in a single snap why people get in fights at 2 in the morning over nothing and go to court with the same expression dogs wear when they're caught with a cushion in their mouth. It is hard to be human and not feel the itch to bite when you're being bitten. "Time to die, coward," the voice said again. "I hate you." I didn't plan the next bit. I didn't reason it out. My whole body was a slammed door, and then, as if someone put a hand on my shoulder from the other side, it wasn't. I stopped running. I wrenched myself to a full, sudden halt, heels scraping against the pavement. I spun around. I reached into my coat with 2 fingers that didn't feel like fingers and shook out a cigarette. The lighter clicked in my hand, stubborn on the first try, flaring on the second. Flame. Smoke. Breath. Stupid, I know. But it gave my hands an assignment that wasn't trembling. The world rushed past my ears like someone had turned down the volume on a storm. A car screamed by in front of me, so close the slipstream tugged my hair and rocked my coat. If I'd taken one more step forward, if I'd kept my panic in the shape of a sprint, that car would have scooped me up with its bumper and pinned me to the evening like an insect on a board. I felt the pressure wave punch the space where my chest had been a heartbeat before. The tail lights dwindled. The air settled. Behind me, King Avenue lay empty and dark, all the careful hedges and tidy gravel illuminated by little cones of light. The voice didn't speak again. It didn't whisper. It didn't laugh the way a prankster laughs when the punchline hits. It was simply gone, the way some headaches are gone, 1 second a hot nail behind your eye, the next second nothing. I stood there in the middle of the crossing, the cigarette shaking between my fingers, and tried to get my breathing to behave. The anger drained out of me like dirty water, leaving me with something quieter and heavier. Gratitude, maybe? Or the kind of relief that makes your knees go soft. I took another drag to convince my hands they belonged to me again, and looked up the way I'd come. Silence pulled up there like ink. Whoever had been yelling, inside or out, had no interest in explaining anything. I put the cigarette out on the edge of the curb, tucked the filter into my pocket because I wasn't going to flick it into someone's neat front garden after all that, and walked the rest of the way home without incident. The lamps hummed. A fox cut across the road like a sliver of shadow. Somewhere far off, a siren coughed and died. Whirlpool Road offered up a taxi I didn't take because I wanted the quiet and wanted my feet on solid ground. It would be satisfying, I suppose, to dress the end of the walk in a moral. Don't run in the road. Don't talk to strangers. Don't tempt fate. I don't really have one. I have only the memory of pausing at that crossing, the roasted smell of the cigarette, and the sound a fast car makes when it displaces the air where your body would have been. I have the image of a girl in a costume under a lamp with tears turning tracks in white paint. I have a handful of sentences that sound different in daylight than they do under the moon. Later, when I was standing at my sink with a glass of water, trying to swallow the fading taste of smoke, something light brushed my ear. Not a sound exactly. The suggestion of a sound. If it had been real, it would have come from a mouth near my shoulder. A girl's voice, small and tired and fond in a way that made no sense. Not such a coward after all, it said. Or maybe it didn't. Maybe it was just the hinges of my flat settling in the cool night air, and my mind made it into something it could hold. Either way, I slept. In the morning, the ridgeway looked like itself again when the bus rolled by. The hedges had their crisp edges back. The neat cars sat where neat cars sit, and the sky over Croydon was a faded blue band. I bought a new phone charger, because some problems have easy fixes, and I told myself I'd ride the bike the next day. I haven't seen the girl again. I haven't heard the voice again. Sometimes when I turn down Thornton or cut across at King Avenue, I slow at the bend without meaning to, look down the street toward the bright strip of Whirlpool Road, and feel the ghost of a fast wind ruffle my hair. It's a small reminder that sometimes the shortest distance between you and home asks for one stubborn pause and a breath in your own lungs. Sometimes that's enough. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I arrived in Gloaming on a windbright Monday, the kind of day that makes the desert look polished and endless. It was my 5th day in Nevada by the time everything happened, but even on that first morning the place felt new in a way I hadn't felt since childhood. The sky seemed taller out there. The horizon wasn't a line so much as a long breath. Everywhere I looked, the land stretched away in soft ochre and rust, dotted here and there with acacia and scrub that looked like careful brush strokes. You could stand still and hear your own heartbeat if the air stopped moving. It felt like a place made for quiet things. I hadn't meant to fall for the desert. Work had sent me west to give a single presentation, shake a few hands, and turn around. The plan was simple: arrive, do the job, fly home, be at my desk Monday. But I hadn't been this far west before, and there's a way the first days in a new landscape put a small ache in your chest. A part of you wants to linger. A bigger part remembers your calendar. I knew even then that I couldn't stay longer, no matter how much the light made me think I should. Instead of booking a hotel, I stayed with 2 old friends from school. Jason and Clara had been sweethearts back then, the kind of pair everyone assumed would either burn out or tie a knot you couldn't break. They did the second thing. After graduation they drove toward the desert and never stopped until the road ran out. We wanted to live freely, Clara told me my first night on their porch. Without other people telling us how to be. She said it with that open, patient smile of hers, like it was a simple sentence, and not a decision that had changed the shape of their days. I liked being in their house. It smelled of sage and dust and coffee. They had mismatched chairs and a low shelf full of worn paperbacks about plants and stars and old mystics. A drum leaned in a corner the way a sleeping dog does, patient and solid. In the late afternoon we would sit on the steps and let the heat slide away. When the wind rose, the mesquite out back would whisper and shake like someone speaking in a language I didn't know. They had changed in the time since I'd last seen them. Not in the important ways. They were still kind and easy with each other. They still told the same silly stories and finished each other's warnings when water boiled over or a pot holder went missing. But there was a new stillness in them. A kind of listening. They talked about the desert like it was a teacher you didn't interrupt. And they talked, often and without shame, about the ways they use plants to step sideways out of ordinary life. Mescaline. peyote. The slow, eye-opening walks those nights gave them. They weren't reckless. They were careful, deliberate. But they believed in the doors those nights opened. They wanted to share that belief with me. "Come with us this weekend," Clara said on my second night, her elbows on her knees, her hair caught up in a loose tie that looked like it had been put there by a gentle hand. "You don't have to go deep. Just enough to see the sky the way it wants to be seen." I laughed, because she made it sound like the stars had been waiting for me to show up. "I'm not sure I'm built for this," I told her. "I'm not even sure I'm built for sunburn." "It's safe with us," Jason said from the doorway, holding 3 cold beers by their necks. "We go out when the air is clean and the ground feels friendly. We set a circle. We make a fire. We stay put. It's not about going anywhere. It's about being where you are." I was afraid, the honest kind of afraid that feels like a small hand around your throat. Part of it was the drug itself. Part of it was the idea of being that far from town with no one but the stars for company. I wasn't sure my mind would be kind to me in a place like that, with my usual guardrails packed away. But there is another kind of fear, the kind that says you'll regret the things you don't try more than the things you do. That fear spoke softly in my ear while the desert wind moved the leaves. By Thursday I had agreed. We spent that afternoon making small piles of practical things. Water. Matches. A few blankets they liked because they smelled like their house. A simple pot for coffee. A shovel for the fire pit. Food that tasted good even if you didn't feel like eating. And from a high closet, covered with a folded t-shirt, Jason brought down a glass jar with a pewter-colored screw-on lid. It was full of clear capsules, each one packed with tiny curls of something dry and brown, like shredded bark. He tipped a few into his palm for me to see. "It looks like a jar of old tea," I said. He grinned. "Tea that makes the world wider." When we were ready, we drove. Jason took the wheel. Clara rode up front and kept a finger on the map in her lap as if that would keep the roads honest. I leaned back and watched the town peel away. Paved lanes gave way to hard-packed dirt, then to long double tracks cut into the open ground. The car rattled and hummed as it climbed and dipped along the low swells of the land. The air through the open windows smelled like warm stone. After a long while of nothing but the soft grit of tires and the soft sound of Clara's voice saying, "Left up here," and "a little more," she touched Jason's wrist and he lifted his foot. We rolled to a stop. There was no road anymore. Only a broad, quiet bowl of land with a few low trees, a space where the sky came down close. "Here," she said, and I could hear the joy in it, the way you talk about a friend you've been waiting to see. We moved without talking. The desert asks for that sometimes. We made a shallow ring for the fire, small stones in a circle the size of a wagon wheel. We brushed the ground with our hands where we wanted to sit. We laid out a blanket. We looked at each other now and again and smiled to say this is enough. Dusk came down with no hurry. First the colors cooled. Then the shadows took long steps. The last light gathered on the edges of things, then leaned away. When Clara struck the match, the little flame at the end of the stick looked fierce. Jason brought the jar to me with 2 beers. He unscrewed the lid and took a single capsule between finger and thumb. "One at a time," he said like a toast. He tipped it onto his tongue, took a sip, tilted his head back, and then opened his mouth to show it was gone. It was such a small, silly gesture, but it made me feel braver. I did the same. The gel cap made a small dry sound against my teeth as it went. Beside the fire, I saw Clara take 3 at once, pause, and then take 2 more, chasing them with a long drink. She winked. It made me laugh. I don't know how long we waited. Time got soft around the edges. For a while we talked in the way you talk when there's more air than words. Then even that felt like too much. We watched the fire, and the fire watched us back. When the night finally lay down over our shoulders, it did so without a sound. At first the world just breathed. Then the little things began to change. The flame didn't flicker. It opened and closed like a slow flower. From its center, threads of color began to lift, each one rising into the air and then unspooling itself like a ribbon, twisting in shapes that felt familiar even though I couldn't name them. Sparks snapped like tiny bells I could hear in my bones. Everything the light touched had a gentle halo, as if the air itself liked to lean close to whatever it loved. I grinned without meaning to. When I looked at my friends, their faces wore the same soft expression, the quiet surprise you get when a song you had forgotten how to sing arrives in your mouth word for word. Clara lay on her side watching the stars find their places. Jason's head tilted back like he was letting the sky wash over him. We weren't speaking, and we didn't need to. I turned back toward the fire to fall into it again. But in that warm, steady place, some part of me felt a shift. A pressure, the way you know someone is standing at your back even if they haven't moved or spoken. It wasn't in the circle of our little light. It was beyond it, at the edge where the ground stopped being orange and started being black. Slowly, carefully, I lifted my eyes. Something stood out there. It was only a darker shape inside the dark, but it was there. It was big enough to notice even at a distance. It might have been a man. It might have been a woman. The way it moved made that question feel small. It didn't walk forward the way a person walks. It took a step, then another, and then did something like the opposite of a step, moving back as if the ground itself were pulling at its feet. 3 quick movements, 2 slower. Forward and back, like the sea when it touches your ankles. I see something, I heard myself say. My voice surprised me. It sounded like it was coming through cloth. Jason turned his head toward me and smiled without opening his eyes. What do you see, Vince? I squinted into the dark. The world was doing that thing where it breathed in and out with everything, trees, stones, the lines the wind had written in the sand. But the shape wasn't a trick of that breathing. It was separate. It had its own rhythm. The eyes, if they were eyes, were the brightest thing about it. 2 small points that didn't blink. They didn't flare or fade when it moved. They just stayed, like 2 holes through which some other light inside it stared out. I think it's a person, I said, and then the words next to that rose up and insisted. No. I don't think so. The eyes aren't right. Probably an owl, Clara murmured, still watching the sky. Do the lights swing in little circles? Do they make shapes if you look past them? Yes, I said, and heard a shake in my voice I didn't like. But it isn't an owl. Please look. Clara propped herself up on one elbow, turned, and followed the line of my finger. The easy calm on her face folded away like a cloth lifted from a table. Jason saw that change and turned too. I could tell by the way his shoulders squared that he saw it, whatever it was. It felt like stepping into cold water. The sound came from the distance like a bundle comes undone. A warble. A click. A long rolling series of notes that didn't make sense to my ear. They stacked on each other, faster and more busy, and then the whole tangle poured forward like a flock wheeling. It didn't sound made by a throat. It sounded made by a box full of glass spoons. Get lost! Clara yelled, her voice ringing against the empty land. Fear lives close to anger. You can hear the seam between them in a person's shout. You don't want to do this, Jason added, getting to his feet. The words were hard and straight, but there was a tremble riding under them. The shape didn't care. Or it did care, and this was the answer. It began to come closer. Not fast, but not with any uncertainty either. With each odd step, I thought I saw something shiver through it, a full-body stutter that made my skin crawl. Its shoulders and knees jerked in a way that didn't belong to choice. Each time it seemed to lose itself to that internal storm, it found its way again and kept coming. I had the terrible idea that I was watching something in the middle of a seizure going forward anyway. The clicking sound changed. It slowed and found small islands in it. It almost made sentences. Just get out of here! Clara shouted again. Just get out of here! The thing mocked, as if the words were beads it had found and strung in the same order. Then it made a hiccuping little laugh that felt like a hand against my neck. It didn't stop moving. Jason's voice came low beside me. Keys, he said to Clara without looking away. I'll make some noise. She pressed the keys into his palm and I watched him go to the trunk, lift the lid, and knock a tire iron loose from the place it nested. He kept it held high in the air as he walked back to the fire so it would shine in the light. "Last warning!" he shouted. "You don't want to be here." The thing stopped. We all stopped with it. I felt a long breath unspool out of me because I'd been holding it for a while without knowing. Then, before I could call it a victory and let my shoulders sag, Jason let the iron and the keys clatter to the sand. He didn't hesitate. He didn't look back at us. He walked toward the shape like he had been waiting for it to call his name. I wanted to pull him back. I wanted to grab his belt and plant my feet and make myself heavy. He was already stepping past where I could reach. The shape bent at the knees as if to lower itself to his height. It tipped its head down and forward until its eyes were level with his. Jason's shoulders softened the way a person's shoulders do when they are about to step into a hug. Then he turned half away from us and danced his steps backward into the dark, and the thing slid with him like a shadow with weight. We screamed then. Both of us. The word we shouted was his name, but really it was every word. "Come back. Stop. Don't. Please. It's no use. Please. It's fine. Please." I think we used up all the air in the space that separated us. When our throats hurt too much to make anything but dry sounds, we stopped. For a long moment there was nothing but the soft tick of the fire finding new wood to love. Then the night split. It was Jason's voice. It came from far away and from underwater. He made the sound a person makes when surprise is suddenly replaced by pain, and the wall between those two feelings holds for a second, and then breaks. The sound went on long enough to change shape. Shock. Protest. Refusal. The human noise that says not this, not this, not this, even as the thing that is happening keeps happening. Then it stopped. The way it stopped had weight to it, as if something had been lifted. The silence after was the kind that makes your teeth hurt. Clara didn't need to decide what to do. She pulled me to my feet by the front of my shirt and pushed me into the back seat. She ran to where the keys had fallen, snatched them up, and slid into the driver's seat, talking even as her hands shook on the ignition. "Which way is out? Which way did we come from? Vince, look at me." "Go," I said. It wasn't even a word, more like a sound thrown on the air that meant move. "Anyway, just go." I closed my eyes because I had to. The world had gone soft and sharp at the same time. The inside of my head felt like it was trying to climb out. I sat there with my eyes shut and felt my hands curl into fists, and then into the fabric of the seat, trying to find the edges of myself. I realized after a moment that the car hadn't moved. The engine sound hadn't changed. When I opened my eyes and leaned forward, Clara was sitting still with her hands in her lap. She was staring through her window as if something outside had taken the part of her that makes choices and set it gently on the ground. I followed her gaze. It was near. Close enough to see the details I didn't want. It was low to the ground, folded like a long person into a compact shape, the way a tall picture folds into a smaller frame. The eyes were brighter up close. They weren't lamps and they weren't reflections, but they were light. Those lights were on Clara. She opened the car door. She lifted the keys out of the ignition, and let them slide to the mat with a small sound that felt like a stone falling into a well. She stepped out into the night that wanted her. I went after her because a body goes after what it loves even when the mind is full of smoke. I got one arm around her shoulders and she did what anybody does when someone grabs them without warning. She threw her elbow back hard. It found air and then the soft part of me just above my belly button. The pain made little lights dance in my vision. The air left me. I folded halfway over and put one hand against the car until I could breathe again. When I lifted my head, the place where she had been was empty. I tried to start the car. There are a few steps involved in that: key, clutch, gear, foot, gear again, foot again. My head was full of bees. The letters on the gearshift were strangers. When the engine finally woke, the car lurched and then settled, complaining at me because I had asked it for one thing while doing another. I heard Clara for a while, the way you can hear a neighbor in another room. Strong, clear, then not, then much closer, then gone. There was a wetness to the sound that made me shut my eyes and press my knuckles to my teeth. When I could look again, it was on the hood. It had placed itself there with care, knees tucked under, face low, staring through the glass. There was a world on the other side of those eyes. I didn't want to step into it, but that's what my head and my hands felt like they were being asked to do. I shut my eyes. It was the only door I could shut. Something sharp tore the air. Not a voice and not the wind. A new thing. Footfalls moved away, fast and irregular, like a lot of small wheels that don't try to be straight. I sat without moving. The way a person sits very still when there is a bee on their wrist. I felt my heartbeat begin to slow, from a gallop to something closer to a run, then to a quick walk. On my eyelids, a color changed. The black behind my eyes lightened to a soft red. Morning had found the far mesas and was walking its way across the land. When I opened my eyes and lifted my face to that new warmth, I cried once, without sound, the way a tired child cries when a door opens and someone they love finally steps inside. I didn't think I was safe. I didn't think of a word at all. I only felt the sunlight and let it touch my skin like a hand. I slept without meaning to. When I woke, the heat had dulled the sharp edge of the night. The buzz in my head had faded. The world looked ordinary enough to drive through. I made my way back toward town along the invisible path Jason had used to bring us out. I aimed the car where the ground looked tired and firm and hoped that meant tires had been there. It took longer than I expected to find pavement. When I did, the sound of the smooth road under the tires felt like a lullaby. At the station I told 2 officers everything I could tell without making it stranger than it was. I said we had driven out to be alone with the stars. I said I had taken less than my friends. I said I had seen someone. I said that someone had led my friends away. I said I had heard them. I said I had not found them. I kept hearing how it sounded even as I spoke the truth, like a bad trip, like a story a man makes up when he can't say he's afraid of the dark. They did not roll their eyes at me. They had that tired kindness you see in people who have to hear stories like this more often than anyone should. Eventually, one of them said they would drive out and look. I led them back to where the ground remembered the weight of our fire. There were the small stones still in a circle. There were the tracks where car tires lift sand and pack it down again. There was the empty place where we had sat. There was everything except the 2 people we loved. Out here, one officer said, squinting at the floor of the world as if it had words written on it. People have a lot of space to wander in. Folks who think they know how their mind behaves learn new things about it. They follow those new things in the night. Sometimes they follow them too far. Shared delusions happen, the other said. You think you're seeing the same thing and you line up your steps without meaning to. He looked out at the place where the sky hangs a little lower. We'll look as long as we can. Mornings are kind. Nights aren't. I went home. The plane lifted off over the same land that had felt so beautiful 2 days before. I watched the colors change below the wing as the light moved across the ridges and washes. I watched the pattern the sun makes on aluminum. I did not look for reflections in the window because I didn't want to meet my own eyes and see what sat in them. I told my mother I was home. I told my boss the presentation had gone well. I told no one what had happened in the way it had happened. It sits better on the tongue if you say it lightly. I tried that. The night did not feel lighter. What began then has not stopped. Every night, since I left Nevada, sleep shows me the same film again. Not a new cut. Not a remaster. The exact same reel, bright in the same places, torn in the same places. In the afternoon when I'm making coffee, I tell myself I will dream about something ordinary. A grocery store. A childhood friend. A long, slow drive on a gentle road. The sun goes down. The house grows quiet. The house grows softer. I close my eyes. The projector starts. In the dream I am driving away from gloaming. The sun is high and easy. The officers have said their careful words about trying. My hands sit on the wheel the way a person's hands sit when they want to be occupied. I think about calling my mother before I get too far and then don't because I can't imagine laying my voice over the outline of the thing I would have to tell her. I tell myself I'll stop at the first station and drink water and eat something fried. Then I think about the shape of the next hour, the next two, and how distance itself can be a mercy. The road unspools like ribbon. I keep pressing my foot. The needle rises. The needle says a number that means I should be somewhere else by now. Nothing changes. The signs fall away. A mile marker here, then none for a long time. The world beyond the glass becomes simple the way a child's drawing is simple. Sky, ground, a few lines to say where one stops and the other starts. No other cars. No fences. No names written on whiteboards on black poles. It has the feeling of a place that was made quickly and put up in a hurry. Then the car is gone. Not slowly. Not with warning. It melts around my hands like ice in a sunny day. It is not there, and the space it used to be in is filled with night. The road is gone. The sun is gone. The steering wheel has gone with everything else. The place under my feet is the place under my feet from that other night. My hands are empty. The air is cold enough to feel like a taste. It is there. It fills the view the way a tree fills a window if you stand close to it. It has come to where I am. My face is only inches from it, and I know, without knowing how I know, that this has been the case for a long time. The day I thought I drove away never happened inside the dream. What happened instead was this. I have been standing and looking and being looked at. The story my head kindly told me about leaving and mourning and officers and home was a quilt put over a person to keep them quiet. It makes a sound then, not the busy click and roll of before, but a low-tide kind of movement, breath going in, air coming out. There are small round openings on the front of it I didn't see when it was farther away. They make themselves big to drink the night, then small to let it go. When the air leaves, it whistles the way wind whistles in gaps in a window on an old house. The whistle has shape. It becomes something like words. H-A-A, it says. Eth. It starts and stops until the shape is firm under its tongue. Don't you? It says in that gentle hiss, and then pauses to drink air again. Miss your friends? Part of me answers the question that way a body answers when a doctor taps a knee with a small rubber hammer. You don't mean to move. You move anyway. Of course I miss them. Of course I miss them. Of course. The way longing feels when it is brand new is sharp. The way it feels after a few days is duller and wider. This longing was both. It cut and spread. As it spoke, part of it opened. I had thought it had no mouth. It did. It had many. The whole front of it seemed to loosen and change shape like a pack being unbuckled. There were rows inside rows of teeth, not in neat straight desks like people have, but in chevrons and curves, a map of blades all pointing toward a center that was very dark. The light from its eyes caught on the wet surfaces there and made small stars. The colors that had risen from the fire on that first night began to rise from this opening too, ribbons and veils and small floating seeds of light that wove and unwove themselves in patterns that would have been pretty if the thing they came from had been anything else. In the dream, the drug is still in me. Even though in waking life it left like weather leaves. In the dream it sits and sits. It makes the air look like water. It makes my hands look like they belong to someone else. It makes the space between me and the thing full of small flying shapes that aren't really there but feel very real anyway. They look like little versions of what sits in front of me, as if shadows sometimes have shadows of their own. They jump and flutter and disappear and come back and laugh without sound. The dream does let the sun come up. It is very gentle about it. First a suggestion of yellow on the far edge of things. Then a real wash. Then a warm hand laid on the cold places. The light touches the creature and shows me edges I didn't see before. It touches the ground and shows me the lines there. It touches my fingers. It touches my face. I do not lift my face to it. In the dream I am on my back, and there is a shape where my chest lifts and falls, and it is heavy. The light finds me but does not change what is happening. I wake up then. Not every night. Sometimes my dream self stays long enough to hear the whistle and the words again, to feel the way sound can be a thing you touch. Sometimes I wake early and lie in the dark of my own room with the taste of the desert in my mouth, the dry, clear taste of a place where heat burns away everything that isn't necessary. Each time I wake safe, that other thought walks in and sits down on the edge of the bed, a careful, heavy thought that doesn't talk much but makes its presence felt. What if this is the dream? What if the car and the officers in the morning at the fire and me sitting here are the quilt the creature put over my mind so it could lead me where it wanted without my feet refusing? What if I am still standing where the light from the fire fades and the dark begins, my eyes locked on eyes that do not blink, my legs doing that little careful dance backward over ground that remembers the weight of other people, my name being called by a voice I love from a place I cannot step toward because I am already stepping away? I tell myself the simplest story I can. It goes like this. I drove out with my friends. We made a circle. The fire was beautiful. Something came. It took them. Morning saved me. The police looked. I came home. I am here. I will be at my desk on Monday. I tell myself this story while I pour coffee and while I put plates away and while I stare at my phone and while I stand very still in doorways for no reason. I tell it in the daytime because the daytime is generous with simple stories. Night is not. If I ever go back, I would go in the morning and leave before the sun thinks about sleep. I would bring flowers and water, and not say their names out loud because saying a name is like knocking on a door. The desert doesn't like a lot of noise. It has its own ways of remembering. It kept the circle of stones. It kept the small prints we left when we sat there and leaned on our hands. It did not keep my friends. The desert is not a person. It doesn't do things for reasons we understand. Sometimes, standing at my kitchen sink with the window open, I hear a sound that is nothing like the desert, and everything like it, wine moving around the corners of buildings, making a little whistle where people have left bad seals in their window frames. On those days, I pause with the water running and listen to the whistle shape itself into something like a word. HAA. It says if I let it. ETH. I close the tap and it goes back to being only the wind. I hope none of what I saw that night was true. I hope all of it was. Both hopes make sense to me. If none of it was true, then the world is kinder than I think and my friends are somewhere I did not look. If all of it was true, then the way I have felt since, like I am walking very carefully along the edge of something, is exactly the way a person should feel after seeing what I saw. Either way, the simplest things still help. Sun on my face. Water on my hands. The sound of a kettle boiling. The quiet weight of a book in my lap. It is almost Monday. I will go to work and look at numbers and tap keys and nod when someone says a name I know. I will stand and stare at a wall for a moment too long in the middle of a sentence. Someone will ask if I am all right. I will say I didn't sleep well. It will be the truth, rounded off and smooth for use. That night, if the dream comes again, I will be ready in the new way people learn to be ready for the same thing happening again. I will stand where the light ends and I will hear the sound that sounds like a language, and I will think of the day my friends moved out where the road runs out, and I will think of the way Clara looked when she said the desert taught her things, and I will think of how I laughed when Jason opened his mouth to show me the empty place where the capsule had been. I will stand very still inside all of that, and I will wait for the morning. And if it does not come in the dream, I will remember that morning still exists somewhere, because it has done so every day before this one. For now, while the room I'm in is full of city sounds and the air smells like rain on stone and not like warm dust, I will sit. I will breathe. I will try to let my shoulders go soft. Whatever waits in the spaces where light is thin will wait, whether I lift my hands to my face or leave them in my lap. In this life, the one where I am writing, the one where the kettle whistles and I answer, the sun rises with or without my attention and catches on the edges of the dishes and makes small bright spots on their rims. I stand in that light for a moment when it finds me, and I let it touch my skin. I spent nearly 4 months looking for Otto, or at least that's what it felt like. The calendar says different, but time gets strange when you're chasing one thread day after day. He vanished soon after the old chocolate factory started humming again. You probably remember the stories. Whispers about a grand reopening, special tours, golden tickets, all that sugar-coated myth-making. The official report said there'd been an incident during a tour. A boy fell into a stream of thick, slow-moving chocolate and got pulled away. People kept saying, undertow, like it was the ocean. That's not how currents work in a closed system. Even before I met his mother, that part bothered me. Factory workers pulled him out in a different room. Don't ask me how the plumbing of the place runs. And aside from being glazed and brown, he seemed fine. His mother confirmed it. The clinic did too. He was shaken, sure, but there were no broken bones, no fever, no infection. He went home and, by all accounts, went right back to daily chocolate like always. My work didn't start with the fall. His mother settled that with the company's boss soon after it happened. I was hired when he disappeared a month later. She called the police first. They didn't take her seriously, and I can't entirely blame them, because her first sign that something was wrong was, "No chocolate wrappers in the bed." That was her exact line, shouted through my office door while she pounded it with both fists. "Help! There's no wrappers! My boy!" It sounded absurd. It still does. But I let her in. Money is money, but also there was something in her eyes, panic, yes, but certainty too. People lie differently when they're covering shame versus when they're scared to death. She cried for a long time, thrusting unopened chocolate bars at me as if I could solve things by reading an ingredient list. When she finally calmed down, she gave me the full story. After the factory tour, Otto changed. About a week later his appetite for chocolate skyrocketed. Hourly bars, sometimes too. He woke at night, sweaty and screaming for chocolate like it was air. She said she figured he was having nightmares, that it would pass. Then he started skipping school. Folks found him behind the candy shop, not buying anything, just digging through the bins for scraps. The shop owner chased him off more than once. She never took him to a doctor. I asked why. She stared at her hands and said something about avoiding a scene, about tantrums and how hard it was without his father, about how he'd settle down if she just let him have the thing he wanted. Opinions don't solve cases, so I kept mine to myself. I took the job for a few reasons. A good fee. Curiosity I couldn't shake. And because, beneath the noise, the path seemed simple. If a kid obsessed with chocolate goes missing after falling into a chocolate river, you don't need to be a genius to guess where he's aiming. They lived one country over, sharing a land border with the factory's city. A 9-year-old could cross that with luck and stubbornness. A day by train. A couple by car. A handful by hitching rides. I pictured him counting coins, clutching candy wrappers for courage, step after step pulling him toward the promise of more. She put down €1,800 up front and promised €2,200 on recovery. Track him like a bloodhound, bring him home, cash the check. Here's where I correct the record. I didn't spend 4 months searching the map. I found Otto in less than 2 weeks. The rest of the time, I spent trying to get him out of where he ended up. My sources say he reached the factory 6 days after he left home. No one contacted his mother. No one filed anything. He simply arrived and vanished behind iron. If you've never seen the place, it's not a factory the way you're picturing. It looks like a storybook castle that swallowed a refinery. Imagine a dark wall of wrought iron circling a compound the size of a small neighborhood, spears and curls reaching above 2 men's height. Brown German shepherds patrol the lawns in perfect loops. The guards stand every 100 feet, gloved still, eyes forward, as if they're guarding a king. In the mornings, the scent of sugar and heat floats over the fence like a promise. At night, the windows glow with a warm, tired light. I watched for weeks, learning their rhythm, sketching angles. The gates stayed closed. The guards never swapped. The dogs never went inside. Deliveries came through a side road under a camera and a razor wire canopy. There was no gap big enough for a desperate adult to squeeze through. So I stopped looking ahead and started looking below. The sewer grate near the western wall breathed damp air and old city breath. I traced the runoff channels and found, with a mix of disgust and grim relief, what I needed to find: an old concrete artery running under the fence, feeding into a squat tank half exposed to the tunnel. The tank was a septic reservoir. No guards posted, because who would guard that? The opening was large enough for a person to crawl if they didn't mind the stink, and if they were ready to hope no one flushed at the wrong time. I crawled. Every movement was a silent prayer not to slip and not to drown in filth. The air was thick and warm. Slime clung to my palms. Twice I almost got wedged in, shoulder and hip grinding against pipe as I inched forward. The sounds of the world went away in there. It was just me and breath, and the dull thud of my own heart in my ears. When I reached the end, I pushed up on a heavy steel plate and found it unlatched. It lifted into shadow. I emerged under a forest of pipes. Chocolate flowed through some of them, slow sheets moving like heavy silk. The room was low, forcing me to shuffle on hands and knees. It was quiet. No voices. No footsteps. I kept low and followed the pipes until they rose like roots up a wall, leaving a ledge that dipped down into a stone hallway. The hallway was clean, cold, and empty. The fluorescents hummed. The air smelled faintly sweet, like a bakery after hours. My shoes left damp footprints as I moved. After a minute I reached a door that had seen better days. The sign bolted to it was dented and half peeled, letters scuffed and faded by time and impatient hands. I squinted at it, and made out the message through the damage: authorized personnel. Wonky, something. Only. My pulse picked up. I don't believe in jackpots, but sometimes a door is a door. The lock on the handle was cheap. It took me longer to quiet my breath than to open it. I cracked the door. The smell hit so hard my body reacted before my mind did. My stomach clenched. My eyes watered. It was rot and sweetness, like spoiled cream hiding under a layer of frosting. I pressed my shirt to my face and forced myself to step inside. The lights were low, not dark, but dim in a deliberate way that made everything look softer and meaner at the same time. The room was long, with metal tables lining the walls. They were spotless. Shelves held tools I didn't recognize, polished and arranged in careful rows. There were cages stacked and empty, doors latched, floors clean. Against a wide blank wall, a row of computer monitors blinked, their screens showing the same message. I went to them, fingers leaving little smears on the stainless as I steadied myself. Supply chain 4. Status low. Action required, fill. Please press enter to initiate replenishment sequence. That's all the screen said, a line of blue blinking at the word enter. No menus. No other windows. I couldn't back out or cancel. The setup felt like a trap, but standing in a room full of polished metal and stale sweetness felt like a trap too. Curiosity has gotten better people than me into worse situations. I pressed enter. The blank wall lit up like morning. Hidden panels hummed and slid. Gears turned somewhere beyond the plaster. Overhead, a track rumbled to life and a crane rolled into view carrying a net bulging with round fruit I'd never seen, blue and green with stripes, like someone painted watermelons with candy colors and shrunk them to the size of grapefruits. I followed the crane with my eyes as it glided forward to a section of the room fenced off with chain link topped with barbed wire. The fence shook from something hitting it from the inside. The crane paused above the enclosure. That's when I saw what was in there. Auto is the wrong word, but it's the one I've got. Flesh has a way of telling you who it used to belong to even after it's been asked to do the wrong things. What moved under the lights was a mound of pale skin swollen to a shape no body should hold. Purple stretch marks marbled it in curves, and deep red cracks split it like dried riverbeds. Up on top, where a head might have been if biology hadn't been bullied into a corner, a mouth gaped open. The mouth was held that way by metal arms, like medical forceps, but larger, crueler. The mound quivered as it breathed. When the crane rolled closer, a muffled sound came from the open mouth, small, eager grunts, the kind a nestling makes when it feels the shadow of a parent above the rim. The enclosure rattled harder. Panels in the walls clicked open and small men filed out. I don't know what else to call them. They were short and quick, dressed in neat uniforms, faces set in a kind of worker's calm. Several carried rods that snapped and hummed with blue light at the tips. They stepped to the fence, opened a gate with a practiced motion, and moved in, jabbing the rods into the mound in a quick pattern. The grunts turned to a drawn, wavering moan. The mass trembled and then went still, the muscles settling in waves. The crane lowered the net. The strange striped fruit tumbled into the waiting mouth. Fruit that fell to the sides was scooped up by the unarmed workers and tossed into place with the bored efficiency of a line cook flipping pancakes. The mouth made a wet, hungry sound as it accepted each piece. The skin around the cracks moved, tightening, relaxing. Something churned inside that shouldn't have had room to churn. A machine rolled in on squat wheels, as matter of fact as a vacuum cleaner. A hose extended from its front, aiming at a fold in the center of the pale mass. The workers opened another panel in the fence. The hose pressed against the fold and then slid into it. The mound cried out, a sound so human and so wrong that my teeth hurt hearing it. The machine's gauge twitched. The hose pulsed. A heavy brown slurry moved through the clear line toward the machine's tank. Otto. He loves chocolate so much, he was eager to take a job here. The voice came from behind me, calm and almost amused, as if this were a presentation and I'd just asked the right question. I spun around. No one stood there. The door I'd come through was closed. My breath sounded loud in the low light. The small workers didn't react. The machine hummed. The crane retracted. The hose sucked and the tank lugged full. The screen behind me still displayed the same bright confirmation. Supply chain 4, replenished. The word throbbed like a heartbeat. I backed toward the door. My hand found the handle without me looking. I didn't run at first, because running makes noise, and noise invites attention. But when I reached the ledge under the pipes and my knees felt weak, my body chose for me. I climbed, moved low, and then dropped into the dark of the duct, sliding the steel plate back into place with a soft, shivering click. The scent of filth felt almost holy compared to the sweetness I'd just left. I crawled faster than I should have. Twice my knee slipped. The second time my shin slammed against the ridge and I bit my tongue hard enough to taste iron. The pain cleared my head. I kept moving. The tunnel opened into the old sewer and I finally let myself breathe. I made it back to the hotel with a speed I can't explain. I don't remember streets or faces. Only the weight of the key in my hand and the hollow sound of my door shutting. I went straight to the shower, turned the water to hot, and stood there until the room fogged and the mirror dripped. The smell clung anyway. I scrubbed until my skin hurt, and still caught it in the steam. Rot and sugar. Low and wrong. I sat on the bed in a towel, wiped a circle clear on the mirror, and watched myself breathe. The case hadn't gotten simpler. It had gotten cruel. How do you tell a mother that the shape of her child still exists, but the boy is gone? How do you describe a mouth that eats fruit delivered by crane and a body that produces chocolate as if it had been hired to do so? How do you say any of that and still pretend you can fix it? I didn't sleep. I kept seeing the workers' calm faces and the brown flood in the hose. I kept hearing that voice, patient and pleased. He loves chocolate so much. The next morning, I opened my eyes to a small weight at the side of my pillow. A chocolate bar lay there. The wrapper was simple. No logo, no slogan, only the color of cocoa and a thin silver band. It hadn't been there when I locked the door. It was still warm from the room, or from someone's hand. I didn't touch it. I checked the locks, then the window, then the closet, then under the bed because superstition comforts even adults. Everything was as I'd left it. I opened the bar because I needed to know whether they were mocking me or warning me or feeding me. The scent was deep and clean, nothing like the room. I snapped a square off to hear the break. It was perfect. I put the piece on my tongue and closed my eyes. It melted slow and smooth, the way good chocolate does. The flavor bloomed and changed. It was, objectively, excellent. I put the rest in the minibar, and told myself I wouldn't eat any more. I didn't call his mother. What was I going to say? I paced the room and tried to frame it in terms she could hold. Your son is alive but not. Your son has been turned into a kind of living equipment. Your son is being replenished. Your son is a supply chain now. I thought about calling the police. Then I imagined the guards, the dogs, the iron fence. I pictured a handful of officers meeting that gate with a warrant in hand while a machine somewhere silently filled the tank. I pictured cameras that saw more than eyes did. I pictured a man's voice in a room that had no speakers. I pictured what happens to people who press enter on the wrong screen. I picked up the phone and dialed a number I keep for emergencies that don't fit rules. The kind of friend who doesn't ask about invoices. I didn't get through. I tried again. No answer. I left a message that said only, "Call me. Factory job turned bad," and hung up. Then I went back to the fence. Sometimes the only way out of a box is through it. Sometimes you need to stand in the same bad place and see what you missed the first time. I retraced my route. The same grate. The same pipe. The same lift of the plate and slide under the forest of tubes. The hallway was empty again. The door waited with its dented sign and tired hinge. The smell hit the same way. I wrapped my sleeve across my face and stepped in. The screen still glowed. Supply chain 4 flashed a steady green. Okay. The crane track was quiet. The enclosure sat still, gate closed, barbed wire untouched. No workers. No machine. The mound breathed, slow and heavy. The forceps still held the mouth open, but the muscles around it fluttered, a dream moving across the surface. I took a step closer than was wise. I wasn't sure why. Maybe I wanted to see if there was any part of a boy left in the way the skin drew tight over the ribs of something that had forgotten how to be ribs. Maybe I wanted to be wrong about everything. The mound skin twitched. The breathing changed. For a heartbeat I thought it smelled me and would call for its keepers. Then the air shifted in a way that brings storms. The room seemed to lean. "You don't have to worry." The same voice. Closer. Patient. Not unkind. I didn't turn around this time. I looked at the breathing hill of white and purple and red and waited. "Our processes are humane," the voice said. "Careful. Controlled." A pause, as if the speaker were choosing the next word like it mattered. "Efficient." I swallowed and found my voice. "Where is his mother in your process?" Silence. Then a soft chuckle, not cruel, just entertained. "Mothers are outside scope." I turned then. No one stood there. It dawned on me that I might not be talking to a person in the building. Or even a person. Sometimes machines speak with borrowed warmth to keep you from noticing the steel. "You left a bar in my room," I said. "We keep our partners comfortable," the voice said. "You've worked hard. I'm not your partner." You pressed enter. I didn't have an answer ready. Whether or not the screens would have filled themselves without my finger doesn't matter now. In a story like this, the difference between choosing and being tricked into the choice can fade. The tank had filled either way. The hose had drained either way. The mound had cried out either way. "What happens if I walk out of here and tell people what I saw?" I asked. The voice sounded almost pleased. "You came back. That tells us you're curious. Curious men don't like to be ignored. Tell anyone you like. Ask yourself what you'd believe if someone told you the same story." It wasn't wrong. If a stranger came to me and described a fenced enclosure, a crane, striped fruit, a breathing mound, and a hose pumping chocolate, I'd think they needed sleep or help or a new hobby. We accept the strange from the right mouths and reject it from the wrong ones. I had the wrong mouth. "Why auto?" I asked. "Why any of them?" "Demand," the voice said gently. "Supply. People are not supply. Everything is supply if designed correctly." I backed to the door and opened it. The hinges didn't squeal. Of course they didn't. Everything here was tended. I left without another word, retraced my route, and didn't return. Not that day. Not the next. Not for a while. Each morning, another bar appeared on my pillow. Sometimes milk, sometimes dark. Sometimes with a whisper of citrus, sometimes straight and black and proud. I threw the first few away, then stopped because throwing them away felt like pretending I wasn't the kind of person who tastes things he knows he shouldn't. I told myself I would keep them as evidence. I told myself I would send them to a lab. I told myself a lot of things. I ate some too. I'm not proud of that. I'm also not going to lie about it. The bars tasted like they were meant to. That's part of how traps work. I drafted letters to his mother and deleted them. I practiced a speech in the mirror and hated all of it. Every version sounded like a man using big words to hide the fact that he'd failed. Every version asked her to hold grief for something she couldn't see and wouldn't be allowed to see. Who would believe me? She might. Mothers often do. But belief doesn't open iron gates. I wake sometimes to the memory of that little eager sound when the crane moved into place. I hear the rhythm of machinery answering a prompt. I hear the line between want and need snapping like an old rope under too much weight. I also hear my own voice, small in a big room, asking questions to air. What I can do, I do. I talk to people who listen when I mention factories with too many guards and companies with too many secrets. I file papers that make managers comb their compliance. I push, not because I think it will tear down the walls, but because sometimes a thin crack lets in a light you can call a start. And I keep getting bars on my pillow. They know where I am. They know what I saw. The gifts say, "We're watching." They also say, "We know you'll taste it." Both messages are true often enough to hurt. Maybe one day I'll have a version of this story with a cleaner ending. A door opened. A boy lifted. A mother's arms filled. For now, all I have is a room that smells like rot and sugar, a breathing hill where a child used to be, a hose that carried away something that can't be returned, and a voice that sounded almost kind when it told me processes were humane. I have my finger on a keyboard that should have stayed away from enter. I have the truth no one wants to hear. And I have one more bar, the paper smooth under my thumb, the seal crinkling as if it's about to laugh. We had only been in Findlay for a few weeks when I learned two quick truths about the place. First, people here take Halloween more seriously than birthdays, anniversaries, and probably most national holidays. Second, every block, shop porch, and school hallway comes with a whispered story, some old, some new, all told with the same tight-shouldered thrill, as if sharing them might keep something worse at bay. The town flags were already at half-mast from a tragedy the year before, and a neat ring of candles and flowers circled a polished memorial in the square. Folks lowered their voices when they passed, hands briefly hovering at their hearts before they moved on. My mother and I tried not to get sucked into the gloom. We were busy figuring out where to buy groceries and how to make the old furnace behave. Still, the season tugged at us. One bright Saturday, we followed a trail of cardboard signs from corner to corner, chasing garage sales the way you chase the first colorful leaves, just to see what you might find. Most yards were a jumble of toys and coats, holiday tins, a slow radio swaying between stations. At one stop there were only 2 boxes of books, a wobbly rack of clothes, and, off to the side in a weathered lawn chair, a scarecrow. It looked like it had lived a dozen lives, threadbare overalls patched in 2 places, a sun-cracked straw hat pulled low, and a burlap face stitched with a grin that curled too far at its ends. Its eyes were dark, triangular smears that might once have been paint. Someone had tacked a handwritten sign to its chest, $5. I was leaning in to study it when a girl about my age drifted up, keeping her gaze fixed on the scarecrow like it might bolt if she blinked. She had the wound-up energy of someone deciding whether to speak. "Hi," I said. "Do you live here? This thing is kind of great." She shook her head hard. "No. I live down the street." Her voice dropped. "You're new, right? New to town?" "We moved in August," I said, smiling to make it easy. "Why?" She swallowed, still staring. "You shouldn't buy that scarecrow," she whispered. "Please don't. Haven't you heard the story?" I glanced back at my mother, bent over the book boxes, holding up a paperback with a satisfied grin. She didn't notice my look. I turned back. "What story?" And in a voice that wobbled and steadied, the girl told me about the Murphys, the yard display, the center of October, and what happened the week when the town stopped sleeping. The Murphy family had 3 kids, Lana, Ryan, and Trevor, and traditions they kept like other families kept savings accounts. They ate dinner together 5 nights a week, no phones at the table. They cheered for their losing football team because it was theirs. And every October they built a haunted yard so elaborate the neighboring streets came to count their days by it. It had started with Jack's grandparents, the girl said, foam headstones carved by unsteady hands, a few rubber limbs poking from the grass, a cardboard coffin and a borrowed fog machine that coughed more than it breathed. Jack grew up in the glow of porch lights and orange extension cords, learning how to stretch spiderweb over bare branches so it caught the light, how to smear fake blood without wasting the bottle, how to tell when a prop was scary and when it just tried too hard. He promised himself he'd share it all with his own children. Years do their quiet work, the way wind rounds a sharp corner, and the Murphys' display grew from a few spooky corners into a fenced-in maze with one entrance, one exit, and a single crooked path that wound past witches and vampires, mummies and a gravedigger. The kids would take turns dressing up, voodoo dolls, ghostly brides, clowns with smudged smiles, ready to jump from behind plywood tombs and make the bravest teenagers stumble. At the end, every visitor got candy and a bright orange sticker. "I survived the Murphy Horror House," the year stamped below in bold black ink. A small tradition, sticky and giddy, that layered over the larger one like sugar on top of sugar. Every year Daisy, Jack's wife, would add or swap something. A bubbling cauldron might replace a rattling coffin. A glowing skull might trade places with a shrieking bat. Old props retired to the shed when rain and sun finally ate through them. But one thing never moved from the center: the scarecrow. Jack had made it with his father when he was 11, hay and twine and patience, a denim shirt from his father's closet, and a pair of boots that had carried 100 summers. His mother had found the rough black wig at a garage sale, and the painted eyes went on last, dark red triangles pressed into the rough sack. A crooked mouth stitched in yarn smiled more than it should. The scarecrow's hat tilted just so. They had lifted it onto a rough wooden post shaped like a cross, tied its arms to the beam, and for decades it had watched over the yard. Jack always put it up first and took it down last. It wasn't the scariest thing anymore. Kids barely glanced at it when the chainsaw man roared near the exit. But to Jack it was the heart of the whole thing, the first memory, and the reason to keep going. A week before Halloween, with pumpkins softening on porches up and down the block and the maze nearly complete, Jack took his nightly walk through the display. He did that most evenings when the season got close, flashlight in one hand, a mental list in the other. He nudged rubber rats off the path with the toe of his boot. He adjusted a vampire's head so its eyes met the spotlight. He planned where to station the kids, who got the most screams near the old hearse, who held their breath longest in the coffin. Daisy called to him from the porch to come in for the night. He said, "One last lap," and she rolled her eyes but left the door unlocked. He turned the corner toward the center and stopped. The green and orange lights that usually washed over the scarecrow were dark, which was odd because everything ran on one switch. He lifted the flashlight, and the beams slid across the empty cross. The scarecrow was gone. "Daisy!" he shouted, the light jerking as he swept the yard. "Daisy!" She leaned out the front door. "You rang?" The sigh in her voice was old, practiced. She was used to his late October nerves. "The scarecrow is gone," he said. "It was right here. I saw it 20 minutes ago." He ran through the last turns of the path, shining the light behind the hearse, under a plastic fence, between the legs of the plywood zombies, as if the thing might be crouching behind a gravestone, waiting for someone to yell surprise. "Nothing. Neighborhood kids," Daisy said, stepping out onto the stoop with her arms crossed against the chill. "They'll bring it back when they're done spooking you. We'll arm the alarm tonight. We put it up first, we take it down last." He muttered, more to himself than to her, as if the scarecrow might hear and remember its duty. They had a motion alarm for October, sirens and flashing porch lights, if anything bigger than a squirrel crossed the yard lines after dark. It had spooked enough wandering dogs in past years that they only armed it the 2 weeks before Halloween. That night they set it before bed. It never went off. In the morning, Jack rushed to the bedroom window, palms flat on the sill like a kid on Christmas. The scarecrow hung back on its post, the hat at the same tilt, the head drooping slightly right, exactly where and how he always tied it. He stood there in his robe, heart searching for a reason. Daisy suggested the obvious. "You were tired. The lights were off. The alarm's probably old." She stuffed a bagel into his hand and poured coffee he didn't drink. "Call someone. Have them look at it," she said. He would have argued more if the TV hadn't filled the room with a voice too calm for the words it carried. "Tragedy struck in Findlay last night when 12-year-old Marla Greenberg was found murdered in her bed." The anchor paused, swallowed, then continued in that trained soft tone people use when facts are too sharp. "She was disemboweled. Several internal organs are missing. There was no sign of forced entry. Police are investigating." Daisy turned away fast, eyes bright. "I know Marla," she said. "She's in Trevor's class." Ryan muttered something hard about parents. Lana told him to cut it out. Trevor asked, not joking, "Are we safe?" Jack put a hand on his son's head and kept his voice even. "I won't let anything happen to you." When the bus took the kids, he called the alarm company. He told himself logic could tame the dread that had taken root at the base of his ribs. Logic and fresh batteries. But sleep didn't come easy that night. The kids came home full of the news, wild schoolyard theories about shadowy strangers and weird clues. Jack tried to steer them toward homework and the safer kind of scary, costumes and candy. He lay awake after midnight while Daisy breathed beside him, listening to the hum of the house. The light wind clicked the last dry leaves against the gutter. He gave up and went to the kitchen for water. As he passed the window, something caught his eye. Again the tilt of that empty cross in the dark, arms bare. The scarecrow was missing. His bones thrummed with the urge to grab the bat from the closet and plant himself on the porch steps. But a thought snagged him. The way the straps had hung empty, the loose trail of straw he could barely make out, the fact that last night it had returned without a sound while the alarm slept. Why would someone haul it away just to put it back? Where did it go in the hours between? He cracked the window and lay back down, the chill air lifting the hair on his arms, one ear tuned to the yard like a radio station just at the edge of static. He drifted unsteady into morning. Daisy woke him with a hard shake and a white face. "It happened again," she said. The kids were gathered around the TV, stiff as fence posts. 13-year-old Daniel LeBeau, the anchor said. "His heart and lungs are missing, no sign of forced entry. Police say the killer is organized and highly stealthy." The camera panned across familiar streets. The LeBeaus lived 2 blocks away. The town issued a 9 o'clock curfew for anyone under 18. Everyone nodded at the TV because it was easier than looking at each other. Jack moved to the window and parted the curtains. The scarecrow hung neatly on its post, calm as a man waiting for a bus. The alarm company sent 2 men with clipped voices and the faint scent of coffee. They paced the yard, scanning little white boxes on posts and under eaves. "As far as we can tell," the lead tech said, squinting at his clipboard, "your system is functioning. It always has been." Jack pushed them. They tested zone after zone, arming and disarming, walking the boundary, cutting the siren the second it screamed. They tried the path itself, experimenting with different angles. The system shrieked steadily if anyone moved past the entrance. "Maybe someone knows your code," the tech offered, trying to be polite before the skepticism crept in. "But there's no evidence of tampering." He waited. "Nothing is missing now, correct?" It was the kind of question that isn't a question. Jack signed the paper and thanked him through clenched teeth. That afternoon, while the house settled and the town breathed with a sound like a held note, the kids talked in the other room because children have to talk when fear is too big to sit with. Trevor said someone told him the second body was missing skin. Lana told him to stop. Ryan said a friend of a friend had a sister who said the police found little bits of hay at both scenes. So, horses? Trevor asked. Or cows, Ryan replied, and Lana laughed because sometimes you have to. Daisy snapped for them to stop. Jack stood by the sink, staring at nothing, and tried to remember exactly where he had seen the straw on his lawn. As dusk fell, Jack carried a metal baseball bat to the front porch and set a flashlight on the arm of a chair. He wrapped a blanket around his shoulders and tucked himself back where shadows might hide him, eyes on the angled peak of straw hat rising above the maze's center. He thought of calling the police with a vague warning, a feeling. He told himself they had real things to chase. He told himself the alarm would do its job. The night deepened in slow degrees. It got cold enough that his breath began to show. The house was quiet except for the refrigerator clicking once on, once off. He listened for footsteps on the path, for the whisper of wire or the creak of wood, for anything that wasn't wind. He must have closed his eyes, just for a blink, because Daisy's scream cut through him like cold water and he jerked awake, the blankets slipping to the porch floor. "Jack!" she screamed again. The alarm roared, sirens and lights like a storm exploding in his face. He lunged to the edge of the steps and swung the flashlight beam toward the center. The cross was empty. A thin trail of straw pointed toward the porch, toward the open front door. He ran inside, boots thumping, the scream and the siren battling in his skull. He took the stairs two at a time, the flashlight jittering circles of light along the wall. "Daisy!" he shouted. He skidded down the hall, the noise and the fear closing in. Trevor's door was wide open. He will see it for the rest of his life. Daisy on the carpet, a knife fallen from her hand. Trevor on the bed, small and pale and still. And crouched over him, hands plunged where hands should never be, the Scarecrow, wearing a face that did not belong to it, a face stretched and bloody and recognizable. It turned at the sound of Jack in the doorway, moved with a slow care that made worse the thing it was. The straw hat shaded the stitched grin he had tied in place as a boy. But the mouth below the hat pulled too wide and spoke through the lips it had borrowed. "Trick or treat," it said in Trevor's voice. The girl's own voice shook when she reached that part of the story, the way voices do when the worst bit nears. She rubbed her hands up and down her sleeves as if trying to warm herself. Around us, the garage sale wound down. The woman running it stacked unsold sweaters and slipped leftover books back into a box. The Scarecrow sat where it had sat, stitched smile in place, burlap eyes in their dull triangle stare. I thanked the girl for the story. It was told with enough detail to hang a picture, enough pace to keep a heart from wandering. It felt like one of those tales you pass on simply because not passing it on feels rude, like refusing to accept a gift. And then I walked up the little slope and paid $5 for the Scarecrow, because sometimes the way to honor a story is to hold it up to the light, and take the risk it suggests you shouldn't. The woman counted my crumpled bills, nodded, and helped me wrestle the Scarecrow into the trunk. Up close it was lighter than I expected and heavier too, the way an old coat is both. Straw flaked from its cuffs as we moved it. The hat scratched my wrist. "You sure you want that one?" the woman asked without a smile. "It creeps folks out." "It's perfect for the porch," I said. "Vintage. It'll pull the whole look together." On the drive home, the Scarecrow shifted with each turn. I caught its grin in the rearview mirror and told myself not to be stupid. Scarecrows spook because we build them to spook, stick, cloth, shadow, grin. That is the point. I pulled into the garage and left it there, propped against the wall next to our pumpkins. Rain ticked at the roof, a soft, steady sound that made everything else feel farther away. That night, I lay in bed and replayed the girl's voice. How she never quite looked at me, how she avoided looking at the Scarecrow until she had to, how she seemed relieved at the end even though the ending was not kind. Finley has a way of telling its warnings like invitations. Lock your doors. Check your windows. Avoid the shortcut through the empty lot. Don't buy the Scarecrow at the garage sale. I don't know which part of the story is true. I do know small towns knit themselves together with the thread of what they share, and sometimes those threads are made of fear, and sometimes they're made of laughter, and sometimes you can't pick one from the other without the whole thing falling apart. The scarecrow will go out on the porch tomorrow, the pumpkins flanking it like sentries. The rain will drum steady behind the black screen of the night, soft enough to lull anyone paying half attention, steady enough to drown the small noises houses make when no one is listening. I will tie the scarecrow to a post with clean straps and say, out loud and low, that stories are stories, and that mine is made of good intentions, and that everything returns to where it belongs when the season ends. And if I wake in the middle of the night to a sound I can't name, I'll tell myself it's the old house settling, the wind shoulder checking the gutter, the rain shaking loose the last leaves. I'll roll over, tug the blanket to my chin, and let the soft rush of water fill the dark, and I'll try not to listen too hard for footsteps on the stairs or the whispered drag of straw on wood or a voice that doesn't belong to anyone I love saying something small and cheerful at the worst possible time. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I was 9 when my little brother disappeared on Halloween night. He was 7. That single fact cracked my mother from the inside out. She was already doing everything alone in 1971. 2 jobs, 2 boys, 1 small rented house, but grief found every weak place she had and widened it. By the time I turned 12, she was gone too. The certificate listed organ failure. The truth was simpler. It was the not knowing. The police tried. They took statements, dusted the window frame in our room, squinted at the trunk of the tree that grew too close to the house, and asked the same questions a dozen ways. Did Davy climb out on his own, or did someone climb up for him? Nobody could say. The tree gave no answers. They never found him. I stayed quiet. I kept my face still and my voice soft, and told them I woke up and he was gone. Everyone believed me. I wanted them to. It was easier that way for a long time. Now I'm old, and the doctors say the cancer is everywhere. Lymph nodes, liver, lungs. It feels like someone has been opening small doors inside me and letting in cold air. I don't expect to have much time. Before I go, I want to set down what actually happened. Maybe my kids will read this one day. Maybe it will explain the rules I made for our house, the distance I kept without ever saying why. If they decide it's the tumors talking, that's fine. People do what they need to do to feel steady. But my mind is clear. I remember the smells and the sounds and the weight of that year as if it happened this morning. Davy and I were close. We were born 15 months apart, shared a room with 2 twin beds and 1 nightstand, and shared almost everything else too. In summer we biked to the river with our fishing poles strapped across our backs. At school we refused to play kickball unless we landed on the same team. He was smaller and quicker. I was taller and stubborn. We looked out for each other, because that's what brothers do when no one else is looking out for you. The Friday before Halloween, our school held its fall carnival. For a small town, it felt huge. There was a moonwalk that leaned too far when everyone bounced to one side, a dunk tank that sent the principal into the water again and again, and a long metal slide that had to be 30 feet tall. Mr. Jones from down the street swore it was safe. We never saw anyone break a bone, so maybe he was right. Parent volunteers ran the games. Apple bobbing made your face feel like it would never be dry again. The cake walk made your stomach flip with sugar and luck. The spook house was just Mrs. Gardner's classroom with the lights off and a record of creaks and screams playing on repeat, but it still made us laugh and jump. We bought a roll of tickets and were halfway to the spook house when Davy tugged my sleeve. Let's do the pick-a-pocket clown first. If you've never seen one, it's exactly what it sounds like, a grown-up in a bright clown suit sewn over with dozens of pockets. You hand over a ticket, pick a pocket, and pull out a prize. Candy, whistles, little plastic rings that turn your finger green in a day. These days no school would let strangers in clown makeup invite kids to reach into their clothes. Back then nobody blinked. The clown we saw looked familiar. The bald cap and makeup couldn't hide that thin face and those careful eyes. I was sure it was Jimmy Barton's dad. He was a deacon at our church, and always kind to the kids in a way that felt safe. His suit shimmered, green, orange, red, blue, with big silver polka dots. Pockets everywhere. He saw us watching and bent down until his white face was right in front of ours. He beckoned with one bony finger. "Pick a pocket, kids. 1 ticket. Treasure galore." Davy nudged me to go first. My hand shook a little as I tore off a ticket and passed it up. The clown made a show of being impressed. Decisive. Brave. I like that. There were so many pockets it made me dizzy. The silver spots seemed to drift when I stared too long. I didn't so much choose a pocket as feel my hand sink into one on its own near his chest. I pulled out a pair of plastic glasses with red cellophane lenses, the kind advertised in the back of boys' magazines as X-ray specs. I'd bought a pair the summer before for $3 and learned the hard way that they didn't do anything but make the world look smudged. "Ah," he said, hands up like I might point them at him. "Best not put those on right now. You wouldn't want to see me in my bloomers." He leaned so close his breath hit my face, damp and earthy, like leaves left in a puddle too long. "Wait until you get home, Jeffrey. That's when they work." He smiled. The smile was wrong, but I didn't know why yet. He straightened and turned his painted eyes to Davy. "Your turn. Are you brave enough?" Davy shot me a sideways look. I lifted my shoulders. He reached out and slipped his hand into a small pocket on the clown's sleeve. He yelped and jerked back like he'd touched a stove. A shiny blue spider clung to the back of his hand. It pulsed. He froze with his mouth half open. "It bit me," he whispered, afraid to move. The clown laughed, plucked it off with 2 fingers, and wiggled it by one plastic leg. "Bit you? It's rubber!" The spider flopped back and forth. It looked fake now. I could have sworn I'd seen it move on its own. "Want it?" Davy shook his head so hard his hair fell in his eyes. "Suit yourself," the clown said, and pushed it down into a different pocket. "Enjoy the carnival." He didn't wander the grounds like other clowns did. He walked straight to the gate, stepped onto the street, and disappeared down the block. "That was weird," Davy said. He rubbed his hand. "And that hurt. Look. It's red." I looked. Maybe it was a little flushed. I couldn't see a bite. "You're scratching it," I said. "Don't be a baby." He scowled. "I'm not being a baby. And that wasn't Mr. Barton. That was Mrs. Ballard. Mrs. Ballard sells brownies. That was Mr. Barton. Come on. Spook House." We did the spook house, the cake walk, the slide, the cotton candy, all of it. Our stomachs hurt from sugar, so we skipped the hot dogs. Mom was working the late shift at the hospital and wouldn't be home until after midnight. We watched TV with the sound low until we could barely keep our eyes open, then climbed the stairs to our room and changed for bed. Davy winced when he pushed his right arm through his pajama sleeve. "It hurts," he said. "Not a lot. Just stings." "Let me see," I said. His palm looked normal. The back was pink. No puncture. No swelling. "Use the glasses," he said. "What?" "Those glasses. The clown told you to use them at home. Maybe you can see something in my hand. They're fake. Try." He made his eyes wide and ridiculous. I sighed, went back downstairs, and dug the glasses out of the trash. When I slid them on, I almost laughed. The world didn't blur like last time. It went dark. Not black, exactly. It was like sight got replaced by something else. It felt like the whole room pressed against my skin. I could sense the walls by how the smallest sounds brushed off them. I could feel the air moving when Davy breathed. There was a cockroach inside the drywall behind our beds, and I knew exactly where it was without seeing it, and could have punched through the thin sheet of plaster and grabbed it if I'd dared. The room stank, not in a bad way, but in a way that crowded my head with information. Soap and sweat. Toothpaste. Wet towel. Dust. Wood polish. The sharp tang of the metal bed frame. My brother was a bright warm shape in that new darkness. Shampoo and sugar and milk and boy. His right hand vibrated. It smelled like a sore ear smells, sweet, sour, and wrong. It was too much. I ripped the glasses off. The cellophane tugged at the skin at my temples hard enough to make my eyes water. Well? He asked. Did you see anything? Is it infected? I didn't see anything, I said, because how do you explain feeling a wall? They're garbage. Go to sleep. Mom got home after sunrise. Her face was slack with the kind of tired that comes from moving fast for 8 hours while standing for all of them. She kissed the tops of our heads and fell into bed. We poured bowls of cereal and sat on the back steps while we ate, the air cold on our bare feet. When we were done, I grabbed our poles. Fishing? I asked. It was Saturday. If it wasn't raining, that's what we did. I want Mom to look at my hand first, Davy said. It did look a bit puffy then. He flexed his fingers and winced but followed me to the shed anyway. I can cast left-handed, he said. It's fine. Let's go. We biked to the river and left the bikes leaning against a white oak. A narrow trail through the trees led to a bend where the water slowed and the light made it look like smoky glass. We tied on lures and Davy said, "Put on the glasses. Maybe you can see fish." I had stuck them in my jacket without deciding to. I can't explain that part. It felt like they wanted to come along. They don't work, I said. You smelled my hand, he said. You saw something. I didn't see anything, I said. But fine. I pulled them on. The forest jumped to life in a way that had nothing to do with sight. Every wing beat touched my skin. Every tiny step of every spider sitting under a leaf left a trace. Under the river I felt bodies move and push the water aside. Yeah, I said. There are fish here. He grinned, cast, and 3 seconds later his rod bowed. We hooped and laughed and fumbled the net and almost lost it twice, then brought a small trout to shore. We caught 3 more before the biting stopped. The whole time, his right hand twitched in a way I could feel more than see. When I took the glasses off, they peeled a thin layer of skin from my temples. I hissed and pressed my fingertips there until the sting stopped. We rinsed the fish on the bank, carried them home, and laid them in a pan of ice in the fridge. Mom stood as we came in. "Let me see," she said, and held Davy's hand in hers like it was made of glass. "It's warm, but I don't see a break in the skin. We'll watch it. If it looks worse Monday, we'll see Dr. James." She ruffled his hair and smiled at the fish. "These look beautiful. I'll fry them with potatoes tonight. But you two go get candy first, and don't ruin your dinner." After lunch we planned our costumes. We couldn't afford store-bought ones. They always came with a stiff mask and a plastic smock printed with the same monster, like you were supposed to be both the creature and its advertisement. Davy cut eye holes in an old sheet to be a ghost. I rubbed dirt into a flannel shirt and picked out the jeans with the least knee left and decided to be a hobo. We went door to door as soon as the porch lights came on. Mr. Jones gave out Cracker Jacks. The bakers handed out full-size candy bars, proof that they were rich or generous or both. After 8 houses, Davy stopped on the sidewalk and bent over a little like he had a cramp. "I feel bad," he said. "I want to go home." We didn't cut trick-or-treating short for nothing. That's how I knew it was real. I put my arm over his shoulders and steered him back. Mom frowned, took his temperature, and made a face when the thermometer climbed to 100. "I don't see an infection," she said. "Let's get you into bed. I'll bring you water." We shared a room, so I went too. He fell asleep fast and hard. I read a comic book under the blanket with a flashlight until the words stopped making sense, turned off the light, and drifted. He shook me awake just before midnight. His voice was small and thready. "Jeff, something's happening. I don't like it." The lamp clicked on. He lay on top of the sheet. His face looked wrong, too pale, eyes too bright. He was shaking. "Use the glasses," he whispered. "Please." I didn't think. I reached for them and slid them on. I can't describe what I sensed without sounding crazy. There were small things under his skin. Not a few. Many. They moved. Not fast. Not slow. Their legs ticked as they crawled. A sour, sweet smell rose off him like heat. I tried to shout. Nothing came out. I remember what happened next in slices the way you remember a nightmare. His mouth opened to call for Mom, and no sound came. Tiny dots pushed through his skin all over, like 1,000 awful blisters popping at once. They were barely bigger than the head of a pin. There were too many to count. They skittered over him, silk spooling from the ends of their bodies. In minutes there was a gray-white shell around my brother, and then they went into it, and kept moving, and the shape that was Davy was a shape with something in it, and not a boy anymore. I didn't decide to move. My body did it without me. I lifted him. He was light, so much lighter than a living boy, and slid the window open and crawled out. The bark on the big tree scratched my hands and knees as I went down headfirst like an animal. I didn't think about what I was doing. I didn't think at all. The glasses were still on my face. There was a path through the trees I had never noticed. I followed it. The night was clear. The stars looked close enough to crush in your palm. I walked without stumbling to a small clearing in a stand of old oaks tall enough to make you tip your head to see the tops. A figure stood there. The clown costume gleamed under the weak light. With the glasses I saw what was beneath the suit. The sleeves and pants legs were stuffed, but not with cloth. Limbs bent inside them. The mask was a mask. If you ever bought a cheap plastic clown face at the 5-and-dime, you know the kind, the elastic band, the smile too big, but under it was not a face you could name. 8 eyes. A body in 2 parts. Blue blood sliding slow. I held out what was left of my brother. The thing took him and turned. It walked toward the deeper dark between 2 oaks. After a few steps it stopped and looked back. The voice came from behind the plastic mouth. "Not coming?" it asked. "There's still plenty for you," it said, and the words were almost gentle. "Don't you want to see what the children become? You could make your own family." I wanted to follow in the way you want to sleep when you are very tired. I wanted to do anything it said. But somewhere there was a small, hard piece inside me that was older than the rest and wouldn't move. I could be made to see and be made to carry and be made to watch. I could not be made to eat my brother. "No," it said after a pause. "Then the glasses are yours. You'll know the way when you're ready." It turned and was gone. The trees beyond it looked like they closed around it, and didn't open again. The moment it disappeared, my body was mine again. I ran back along the path that wasn't a path anymore, or maybe I just couldn't find it without wanting to go where it led. I scrambled up the tree, slid back through the window, and crawled into my bed. I pulled the blanket to my chin and shook until I fell asleep by accident. When I woke, the glasses were gone. I could still feel the room. Not like the night before. Not as a storm of information. Just enough. I could smell the sugar left on our nightstand from last week's candy. I could hear a roach behind the wall. Sight seemed dulled for a while, but touch and smell and hearing were bright. My mother knocked and opened the door with the careful pause she always took before entering, as if the room itself might need a second to compose itself. She took one look at my face and frowned. "Where's your brother?" she asked. I said the words I had practiced without knowing I was practicing them. "I don't know. I woke up and he was gone." I pointed at the open window. It was partway up. The tree had a scar where the bark was scraped. The police came with fingerprint powder and questions. They squinted at the yard. They broke my mother's heart with their faces. She stood very still in the kitchen and didn't cry while they were there. She cried later, and then she stopped and didn't start again for a long time. 3 years after that she joined him. They said alcohol? I call it gravity. The emptiness pulled too hard for her to fight anymore. I moved to Raleigh to live with my aunt and uncle. I shaved a lot without telling anyone why. I learned to clip the hairs that started to grow where they shouldn't and to lie about them when I had to. I learned the feeling of hunger that wasn't for food you cook and the ways to make it quieter: raw meat, mice in traps, roaches in the wall. I taught myself to read when reading was difficult. Words swam sometimes. I pushed them back into focus. I made rules for my life and kept them. I never hugged anyone skin to skin. I never touched my mouth to another mouth. The urge would flare and I would step away, pretend I was shy or angry, and people would accept those answers because those answers were easier to live with than the truth. I married a woman who liked to sit on the couch and lean shoulder to shoulder and talk, and we built a family with paper and judges and quiet joy. We adopted our children, two small people with big eyes who filled our house with noise and plastic dinosaurs and socks that never once matched. I loved them in a way that hurt, and held myself back because sometimes love looks like distance for the sake of the other person. They thought I was cold. They told me later. I took that like medicine without arguing, because I knew what I was protecting them from even if they didn't. The years passed. Work on construction crews turned into a steady job. I kept my head down. I did the same walk through my own house every night I used to do through the Murphy haunted yard, checking doors, checking windows, touching the frames as if a house could feel the difference between a careful hand and a careless one. Some nights, especially in October when the air thinned and the wind moved just so, I felt a tug in my chest. It was the kind of tug you get when someone says your name from another room in a way that makes you answer. I knew that if I put on the glasses, I'd find the path again. But they weren't anywhere you could point to. They were inside me, and not. I never looked for them with my hands. I never needed to. The pull was enough. I didn't follow it. I lied to the police and to my mother and to my aunt and uncle and to my wife and to my kids. I lied to every person who asked what happened to my brother. I told the shortest version of the truth that still counted as a lie. I said I didn't know. Now, at the end, it feels like I cheated something by not turning into exactly what I was supposed to become. I think the reason is simple. I never took a person. I think the clown thing, whatever it was, and I don't really care what name you give it, could hollow a boy out and fill him with the urge to feed, but it couldn't make him a mirror image unless he crossed one last line. I never crossed it. I ate things I'm not proud to say out loud. I never ate anyone. I think that's why I stayed mostly human. I used to shave twice a day and tell girls I had a skin condition. The barbed hairs that grew where hair shouldn't grow slowed down as the cancer spread. Small gifts come in mean wrappings. I take them anyway. Now I'm tired. The nurse told me my family is coming this afternoon. I want to see their faces again. I want to hear them laugh at something dumb I say. After that, I will be ready for whatever happens next. If there's someone on the other side of it waiting, I hope it's my brother. If there's nothing at all, I'll take the quiet. There is one more thing. Sometimes, late at night, I feel another person in the room. You know how you can sense it even before your eyes adjust, the way the air shifts and the sound in the space changes. I never smell Davy. I would know that smell if I caught the faintest trace of it. The thing in the room smells like dust and old cloth and wet leaves, like the breath of a man in a mask. It stands close and waits. I don't look at it. If you don't meet a thing's eyes, sometimes it gives up and goes away. Sometimes it doesn't. I learned to wait it out. I learned to fall asleep in spite of it. There are days I think about the carnival, the way the clown's suit shimmered, the way the silver dots seemed to swim if you stared, the way he said my name under his breath like he already owned it. I think about Davy pulling his hand back with his mouth in a little O of pain and surprise. I think about the spider in his palms that was a spider and wasn't. I think about how quickly joy can turn into something else, and how you can watch it happen without understanding until it's too late to change it. I think about my mother's voice on the phone with the class mom and then with Jimmy Barton's dad, moving from confusion to a kind of tired disbelief, and how she said, and all right, and thank you, because even in that moment she wanted to be polite. I hope my children will forgive me for not being warm. I hope they will someday wonder if restraint might also be a kind of love. I hope they never feel a pull to go into a stand of old oaks at the edge of town on a moonless night. If they feel it, I hope they turn and walk the other way without knowing why. It's enough to live a life like that, with small pleasures and a few rules and the same bed to crawl into each night. It's more than enough. It is a miracle. If nothing else, I like to imagine there's a moment waiting where I can look at that wrong smile again and say what I have wanted to say since 1971. Not with fear in my throat, not with my hands full of the worst thing I ever carried, but with whatever courage is left over after a long, ordinary life well lived. I want to look it dead in the eyes and tell it that it didn't get me. That I'm still me. That is the only kind of victory some of us get, and it will do. That was the first thing I asked. It came out of my mouth before I could stop it. My tongue felt heavy, and the words scraped. I heard my own voice and didn't recognize it. The detective sitting across from me didn't answer right away. He was middle-aged, the kind of man who probably used to run every morning and now settled for a long walk and 2 cups of black coffee. The skin under his eyes had a purplish tint, like he hadn't slept well in weeks. His tie was a little crooked. He stared, then sighed, and the sigh seemed older than he was. "Just help us get to the bottom of this," he said. "Okay," I said. My mouth was dry. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I had tried to steady myself earlier with a drink, cheap whiskey from the back of the cabinet, but it sat in my stomach like a hot stone and did nothing for my nerves. He had a small notebook open on the table and a cheap pen in his hand. The pen clicked softly when he pressed it. Little sounds like that seemed too loud in the tiny room. The air hummed with the vent overhead, and I kept thinking I could hear something else behind the wall. Maybe it was just my heart. "Let's start at the beginning," he said. "You were having a Halloween party." "Yeah," I said. I nodded too fast. "We do it every year. Our street, I mean. We take turns hosting. Potlucks, cider, silly costumes, the whole thing. This year it was my turn. So you set up the decorations." "Me and half the block," I said too quickly and then heard myself. "I mean, I oversaw most of it. People helped. I didn't do everything. It wasn't just me." He made a little note. The tip of his pen scraped the paper. "Can you give me a list of who helped?" "I can," I said, but all the names that usually came easy: Joel from next door, Mrs. Patel from the corner, the Oakleys with the twin girls, skipped out of reach like fish. "I'm sorry. I'm all over the place. Just give me a minute. I can give you the list." "That's okay," he said. "We can come back to that." He watched me for another beat and then asked, "Who set up the scarecrow?" The word landed like a weight on the table. I swallowed and felt it catch in my throat. "I did," I said. "But I didn't." My voice broke. "I didn't do that. I put it up the night before. Someone must have." Something squeezed my lungs. Oh God. My vision pinched at the corners, and the room tilted. I could feel my breath coming too fast, sharp pulls that never felt like enough. The walls, the pale paint, the dull silver of the door handle, all slid in toward me like a slow crush. "Hey," the detective said, and his voice softened. "You're hyperventilating." Long breaths. "In through your nose." "Slow." I tried. I counted in my head, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then let the air out like he said. The shaking in my hands didn't stop, but it changed from violent tremors to a fine, constant buzz, like the hum in a phone just before it rings. "Thanks," I said. The word didn't sound like thanks. "Do you think you can keep going?" "Yeah. Just a minute." We sat together in the humming little room, and I watched my hands resting on the tabletop. My wedding ring left a pale band on my finger. I had been taking the ring off, putting it on again, taking it off, nervous habit, wishful thought, I don't know. I slid it back into place and looked up. "Okay," I said. "I'm ready." "The scarecrow," he prompted. "The scarecrow," I repeated, and the word felt wrong in my mouth now, like biting down on foil. "It's a tradition on our block. Started years ago. The neighbors said as much." he said. You destroy it every year? We do, I said. Usually it's stuffed with straw and candy. Like a piñata but shaped like a farmer. The kids take turns hitting it with sticks. Candy flies everywhere. People laugh. It's supposed to be silly. My throat tightened. I don't understand why anyone would. I cut myself off. There was no good end to that sentence. It's too early to speculate, he said. Right now we're just gathering facts. When did you first notice something was wrong? Right away, I said. I could see it again, fresh as if I was still there. We set it up in the center of the yard, near the maple tree with the paper bats. People were already coming over, carrying crockpots and Tupperware. The kids were chasing each other with glow sticks. My playlist was going. It was all normal. I swallowed hard. When we started the scarecrow part, I thought it was built a little too well. It didn't give. Normally a couple of good whacks and the head comes off and it's raining Snickers. This thing barely moved. I thought I'd overstuffed it or tied it too tight. So what did you do? I grabbed a stick, I said. I took a swing. He leaned forward, the notebook open, his pen ready. And then, I said, it bled. The word hung there. There isn't a good way to say it. There isn't a gentle way to deliver that truth. The first hit made a thunk that didn't sound like straw. There was a beat of silence, like the entire yard held its breath, and then a thin line of red slid down the scarecrow's dirty shirt. It moved wrong, thick, clinging. Someone made a small sound behind me. I hit it again because my brain had not caught up to my eyes. The hat came off. The shape under it was not a painted pumpkin, or a balled-up sack of hay. It was a head. A real head. I felt like the yard fell away from under my shoes. I heard a scream start somewhere, sharp, high, the sound a child makes when they fall and it hurts in a way they did not know was possible, and then other voices answered, a flock of them. The noise rose and curled and broke apart. Parents grabbed kids without looking which kid was theirs. I could smell chili, apple cider, and then the iron tang of blood pushed through everything and ruined it. We pulled them back, I said. The other parents and I. We herded the kids to the far side of the lawn by the folding tables. Someone covered the body. Someone else called you. I took another long breath. You know the rest. He scribbled for another moment, then closed the notebook with a flat sound. He watched me with those tired eyes, and the room seemed to narrow. When he spoke again, his voice had lost the official edge it had carried. It was softer. It made my skin prickle. What interests me, he said, is that you haven't asked about your wife. The question was a clean punch to the chest. I blinked at him. My mind jammed for a second like a printer eating a page. My wife, I said. She's out of town. I heard a laugh in my voice that had no humor in it. Oh God. She's going to lose her mind when she hears what happened. She hates the block party. She always says it's too much noise, too many people. Your wife is out of town, he said, as if he wanted me to say it twice. She is, I said. The feeling of irritation surprised me, quick and sharp. She and my son are with her parents in Virginia for the holiday. That seems strange, he said. A family spending a holiday apart. I stared at him. There was a care in the way he said it that didn't match the words. He was leading me somewhere. I could sense it, and it made my stomach turn. Have you talked to her? I asked. I'd like to hear your side, he said. My wife and I are going through a rough patch, I said. The phrase felt so small compared to what the reality had been. I don't see how that matters here. It's our job to gather all the information, he said. Then we decide what is and isn't relevant. Why wasn't your wife spending the holiday with you? I rubbed my forehead with my thumb and forefinger. The skin there felt too tight. We're separated, I said. Why is that? It's personal. Your wife said it was related to infidelity. So you have talked to her, I said. Yes. Fine, I said. Then you know. I cheated on my wife. I destroyed our family. It's my fault. The anger that had been buzzing under everything all day came up for air. Now can you tell me what that has to do with any of this? He waited long enough for the silence to get heavy. When he spoke, his tone had that careful softness again, the one that made me feel like a child and also like a suspect. Your wife is in police custody, he said. What? I'm sorry to have to tell you this, he said. But she has rendered a full confession. A confession to what? I asked. The words were stringy. What are you talking about? It happens sometimes in separations, he said. One party feels the need to punish the other. The children are sometimes used as a tool to that end. The world shifted. It was like standing up too fast in the dark and your body not knowing where the floor is. Oh God, I said. The bile in my throat burned. I could see my son's face as a baby, as a toddler with a blue hat, as a 7-year-old hiding under a blanket fort. No. I'm afraid we have positively identified the remains as belonging to your son, Ben, he said. Everything that was holding me together let go. I didn't scream. There was no sound left in me. The room collapsed. The chair hard under me tilted to one side and vanished. My hands couldn't find the table. The hum of the vent lengthened and stretched thin. A gray light poured across the floor and swallowed me. When I came to, there was a paper cup of water on the table and a smell like disinfectant. The detective had moved his chair closer, not close enough to touch me, but close enough to offer the idea of it. My cheeks were wet. My hand was curled around the paper cup like it was something valuable. I'm sorry, he said. I stared into the water. A tiny bubble clung to the side of the cup. I watched it grow smaller, and then slide up and pop. The motion held my whole focus for too long. When I spoke again, my voice sounded like it had been left outside all night and brought back in the next morning, faded and thin. I need you to tell me everything, I said. From the last time I saw them until now. Please. He nodded once. He didn't open the notebook. He might have been speaking from notes he had read over and over on his way in. He might have been speaking from the set of phrases all detectives carry in their heads for bad days. Your wife left yesterday morning, he said. Neighbors saw her loading a suitcase and a duffel into the trunk. They saw your son carry out his backpack. She told Mrs. Patel she was driving all night to avoid traffic. She told me that too, I said. Over text. She said she didn't want to see me before she left. She said it would be easier for Ben if I wasn't there. I agreed. I swallowed. The water didn't help. We talked last night. Late. She said they were halfway there. Ben had fallen asleep in the back seat. She sounded tired. I pressed my knuckles to my teeth. She sounded normal. The detective watched me. He didn't ask. I went on because there was nothing else to do. We haven't been right for a long time, I said. I made it worse. There's no excuse. I don't have one. When I told her, it was like I'd lit a match in a room full of gas. We tried counseling for a while. We tried taking space. We tried pretending. This week was the point where pretending broke down. I rubbed the pale groove under my ring. She said she didn't want to be in the same house as me on Halloween. She said I could have the party and the cleanup. She said she was taking our son to her parents where she could breathe. He nodded like he had heard many versions of that sentence before. She never left town, he said. Traffic cameras don't show her car on the interstate. The gas station up on 10 recorded her card at 8 p.m. last night. She told me she would be in West Virginia by then, I said. The words floated up and then fell apart. She lied. He didn't correct me. Sometime between last night and this afternoon, he said, your son died. The sentence sat there, solid and heavy, and did not move. We believe she kept him in the trunk overnight. He went on. We need the coroner to confirm the exact time and cause, but... He stopped himself. He wasn't going to fill in the rest of that sentence with the worst thing. Not yet. She used your garage. She had access to your tools. This morning, before the first guests arrived, she returned to your street. We have her on a neighbor's door camera. She waited until your front light turned off at 2, then pulled into the driveway at 3. She gained entry. We believe she removed the straw from the scarecrow and placed your son's body inside. They were supposed to leave the country roads around midnight, I said like it mattered. She sent me a photo of a gas station sign. It must have been old. He looked down at the closed notebook, then back at me. I know this is not what you want to hear, he said. But you need to understand why we are asking the questions we ask. I nodded. I didn't trust my mouth. Tell me about the scarecrow, he said. Walk me through yesterday. Every step. I told him. I told him about the wire frame I'd made from 2 thin poles of wood, crossed and screwed together. I told him about the old flannel shirt from the bottom of the laundry basket. I told him how I stuffed straw in through the sleeves and down the body, how I tied the wrists with twine, how I used a bit of raffia around the waist to keep the shirt closed. I told him how I pulled jeans up over the legs and tied those cuffs too. I told him how I kept telling myself, not too tight, leave space, make it easy for the kids to split it open. I told him about the burlap I cut for a head and the black marker I used to draw 2 stupid eyes and a crooked smile. I told him the hat was the same one we used every year, a bent old thing with a rip in the brim that made the whole face look like it was smirking. I told him I tied the scarecrow to the post beside the maple and thought, that'll do. I told him I went to bed late, then got up early and put the crock pot on and taped paper ghosts to the porch and checked the playlist and moved chairs and plugged in the orange lights and tried not to look at my phone. I told him I glanced out the window at 2 in the morning once and saw nothing. I told him my brain was heavy and slow, and I thought it was because of the week and the whiskey and the way absence has weight. Who has keys to your house? He asked. Half the street, I said, and tried to smile, but it slid off my face. I mean, we trust each other. The Oakleys feed our cat when we're out of town. My wife. I closed my eyes for a second. She still has her key. Of course she does. She said she was coming back for the rest of her clothes next week. Did anyone notice anything strange this morning? He asked. Anything moved? Anyone on the street who isn't usually there? No, I said. It was just a day. People hauling crockpots. Kids wobbling down the sidewalk in 2 big shoes. Somebody's uncle dressed as a pirate. There was a guy selling pumpkins from the back of a truck around the corner. He's been there every year. Nothing was wrong until everything was wrong. He wrote something down quick. I watched the pen move, and then I watched my hand pick up the paper cup and take another drink. The motions felt like they belonged to a different person. What did you do when you realized? He asked. I took a step back. I said, everybody move away. The words fell out of my mouth like I had practiced them. I told the kids to go stand by the tables, by the cooler with the apple juice. I told Joel to call 911. I told Mrs. Patel to take the little ones inside. I told myself not to look under the hat again. I did anyway. I saw it in my head again as if I had chosen to look, as if remembering was a choice. The hat rolled, and the burlap gave. There was hair. There was skin. There was the shape of a cheek. A piece of straw stuck to it like something stuck to a face after sleep. I had touched that face every day of his life. I didn't know it right away because my brain refused to hand me that knowledge. When it did, the world tilted. Do you blame yourself? The detective asked quietly. I jerked my head up. I hit it, I said. The words were flat. I swung the stick. I put that thing up. I didn't see. Each sentence felt like a stone I was dropping into deep water. None of them made a splash. He leaned back. You were having a neighborhood party, he said. You hit a scarecrow stuffed with what every other year has been straw and candy. You reacted in good faith to what you thought you saw. He kept his voice even. I've seen people blame themselves for things other people did to them. I've seen that ruin people who were already hurt. What am I supposed to do with that? I asked. Put it in a drawer? Save it for later? He didn't answer. There wasn't a good answer. He asked me more questions, the kind you have to ask. Did anyone have a grudge? Had there been threats? Did my wife ever talk about hurting herself? Did she ever talk about hurting me? Did she ever talk about hurting our son? No, I said to each one. No. 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 She had talked about anger like it was a storm she was standing inside. She had talked about pain like it was weather that never broke. She had talked about leaving. She had talked about being done. She had not talked about this. I wondered what it had felt like to her hand to cut the twine from the scarecrow's wrists. I wondered if she had cried while she did it, or if she had moved like a person washing a floor. I wondered if she had wanted me to be the one to pull the hat away because she wanted me to carry it. She confessed, I said. The words were hard, like they had corners. What did she say? He rubbed the bridge of his nose. She said she wanted you to suffer, he said. She said she wanted you to hurt the way she hurt. She said she couldn't imagine a world in which you got to keep anything you loved. His jaw worked. She said other things I won't repeat. The chair under me was heavy and small and the hardest place I had ever sat. Can I see her? I asked. I didn't know where the question came from. It leaped out like an animal running across a road between two cars. Not right now, he said. Not today. Can I see him? I asked, and the words hurt coming out. He closed his eyes and shook his head once. No, he said. You don't want that to be the last picture you carry. You don't get to decide that, I said. The anger in my voice surprised me again. That's my son. I know, he said. And I'm telling you what I've seen grief do to people who choose that. Let him stay the way you remember him for one more night. We'll talk in the morning. I stared at him until my eyes burned. The clock on the wall ticked slowly, too loud and too soft at the same time. The hum in the vent sounded like wine through a crack. I thought about the way my son had pressed his face against the kitchen window last week to watch the rain wash down the glass. He had laughed at the drops that chased each other like they were racing. He had made little commentaries in a whisper, assigning names and personalities to each drop. He had been so alive in such a small moment. The idea that I would never see that again was too big to hold. It kept slipping. Tell me what happens now, I said. What do I do? Where do I go? He opened the notebook again and wrote down a number. You're going to answer a few more questions for my partner, he said. Then we'll take you home. You shouldn't be alone. I'd like you to call someone you trust to come sit with you. He tore the page from the notebook and slid it across the table. This is my cell. I'll be the one updating you. We'll have the coroner's report as soon as we can. We'll talk about arrangements. We'll talk about not making decisions you can't take back while you're this raw. I don't have anyone, I said. It wasn't completely true. I had people. I had a mother in another state who called every Sunday. I had a friend from work who sent texts that were always 2 lines too long. I had neighbors who brought casseroles and gossip. But the person I had sat on a couch with most nights for 10 years was in a cell somewhere, and the person who had curled up on that couch between us to watch cartoons was gone. The shape of my life had been cut out of paper and burned. Call Joel, he said, like he had a list of the names I couldn't say a minute ago. He's already asked if he can check on you. I nodded. I slid the ring off my finger and set it on the table. It rolled, tilted, and then settled on its side. Keep it on, he said, not unkindly. I put it back. It felt heavy and wrong. It felt like nothing at all. He stood. His knees creaked. He smoothed his tie like it mattered. He walked to the door and looked back at me. We're going to take care of you as best we can, he said. That doesn't mean this will feel like being taken care of. When he left, a different officer came in, younger, with a softer face and a pen that didn't click as loudly. He asked me the same questions again in the same order, and I answered because that is what you do. I watched my hands move when I spoke and wondered if anyone else could see how wrong they looked. They drove me home after that. The party was long gone. The block had emptied out as if the wind had blown everyone away. Paper ghosts still hung crooked from the porch. One had lost an eye. The maple tree stood solid and dumb, the way trees do when people do things underneath them that trees cannot understand. Yellow tape looped across the yard. The shape where the scarecrow had been was just an empty reaching post now. Mrs. Patel came out and hugged me hard enough to make something in my back pop. Joel stood on the sidewalk and didn't try to touch me, which I was grateful for. He handed me a casserole with both hands like it was a fragile, sacred thing. "You don't have to," I started. "I know," he said. "But I didn't know what else to do." Inside, the house smelled like cinnamon and metal and bleach. My living room was full of the things you bring out when you expect people: extra chairs, the good bowls, the blanket you don't mind if kids spill on it. I stood in the doorway and looked at my own house like I was seeing it for the first time, or like it had been moved 2 inches to the left while I wasn't looking. Everything was almost where it should be. That almost shredded me. I called my mother and said the words I never thought I'd say. I listened to her make a sound I had never heard her make. I sat on the bottom step and put my head in my hands while she said my name over and over as if that could keep me from coming apart. Joel sat on the floor a few feet away and stared at the blank TV. We didn't turn it on. There was nothing I wanted to see. When the doorbell rang after dark, I flinched. It was the same detective. He stood on the porch with his hands in his pockets. He looked older than he had in the afternoon. "I told you I'd call," he said. "But I thought this should be in person." I stepped aside. He shook Joel's hand. He didn't sit. "The preliminary report is in," he said. "It was quick." He paused. "He didn't suffer." The sentence was meant to lay a small cloth over a large wound. I wanted to believe it. I put it in my pocket like a smooth stone. I would take it out later and hold it, and try to feel its shape and hope its shape would be enough to fill the space where everything else used to be. "She asked if you'd see her," he said after a moment. I stared past his shoulder at the porch light. A moth bumped it and dropped away, then flew back and bumped it again, drawn by something that would never love it back. "No," I said. Then, "Not tonight." He nodded once. "Tomorrow," he said. "Or the next day. Or not at all." I wanted to ask him if he believed in evil. I wanted to ask him if he believed in accidents. I wanted to ask him if he had kids and if he still went to their school plays and if he ever looked at his phone during them, and then felt guilty. I wanted to ask him why any of us throw parties and string lights and pretend the world is soft. I didn't ask any of those things. I said, "Thank you," and watched him go. After he left, Joel stayed until midnight and then left too. He took the casserole dish with him because he said he would bring it back with something else in it. I turned off the porch light and stood at the window for a long time. The yard looked wrong without the stupid scarecrow in it. A bad joke in a horror movie has more punchline than my life had in that moment. I went upstairs and stood in my son's doorway without going in. The room smelled like crayons and shampoo and the faint, sweet smell of boy sweat. His backpack leaned against his dresser like a faithful dog. A paper bat he had cut out in class hung crooked from a string of tape and looked like it was resting. On his bed, his blue blanket was piled in a way that made a shape like a small body under it. I reached for the light and then didn't turn it on. I closed the door and leaned my forehead against it. I dreamed I was holding a stick and the stick was heavy and my arms were tired and everyone I loved was asking me to swing. When I woke up, it was still dark. The house made the small noises houses make when they are trying to be kind to the people inside them. I listened to those sounds until morning, and then I listened some more. People came by the next day. They brought food I couldn't eat. They left flowers that opened and then wilted on my porch. They said the things people say. I nodded at them. The detective called and then came, and then called again. There were forms to sign. There were words to learn, words like arraignment, custody, autopsy. That didn't belong in our kitchen next to the coffee maker and the basket of plastic fruit I had never gotten around to throwing away. At sundown, the oak at the end of the block threw long shadows across the road. They looked like long black fingers reaching. Kids in costumes walked by in little groups, supervised by parents with coffee cups and haunted eyes. Their candy buckets bumped their knees with a familiar hollow sound. The world kept going because that is what it does. It doesn't know how to do anything else. I thought about the detective's first question again. Am I going to be charged with murder? It sounded ugly now that I knew how that word actually landed. I wished I could go back to that first hour and tell myself nothing mattered but holding my son's blue hat to my face and breathing in until my chest hurt. That night I turned on the porch light and sat on the front steps. I didn't put out a bowl of candy. I didn't make a sign. I didn't explain. People walked by slower when they reached my house. Some looked away. Some looked at me. One little boy in a cardboard robot costume stopped and looked carefully at the bare post by the maple tree, then at me, then at his mother. She squeezed his hand and pulled him along, and I watched them go, and the cold air came in and went out, and the breath I took stayed with me a little longer than the one before. I don't do Halloween anymore. When night falls, I switch off the porch light and let the house be quiet. If someone rings anyway, I stay still and hope they leave. It wasn't always like that. It changed because of Granny Clark. Everyone in town knew her, Abigail Clark, the tiny woman in the little green house at the top of Tamarack Lane, right where the woods begin. She was kind to everyone, always smiling, always gentle. You could smell lavender when you stepped inside her door. Her walls were covered in photos of kids, dozens of them, from every decade. When I was 7, my mom took me up there. I asked if all those children were hers. "These are all my lovely babies," she said, and patted my hand. 5 years later, on Halloween, my friend Spencer asked me to trick-or-treat over near his street. He had a rivalry going with another kid, and he wanted to prove something. His plan was simple. I'd ring Granny Clark's front door and keep her talking while he slipped in the unlocked back door and toilet papered her bedroom. I didn't like it, but I went along, thinking it would just be a dumb prank and we'd grab candy after. We waited until the little kids were off the street. The porch light on the little greenhouse was off, but we could see a shape moving in the kitchen. Spencer pressed a walkie-talkie into my hand and disappeared toward the back. I climbed the steps, my heart thudding. I rang the bell. The house went quiet. Footsteps came to the door. The porch light clicked on, and the door eased open. Granny Clark stood there in a heavy brown coat with a shawl over her head, thick gloves on her hands. Her face looked pale and tired, her breath a little rough, but she didn't say a word. She just stared. I tried to fill the silence. "Trick or treat?" I managed, and then, "My mom said I should stop by and say hello." From the kitchen, something clattered, dishes, maybe, and I knew Spencer had tripped over something. My stomach dropped. Granny's gloved fingers closed around my wrist. The grip was shockingly strong. She pulled me closer, reached behind the door jamb, not for a candy bowl, but for a box cutter. The blade clicked out. "Miss Clark, you're hurting me," I said, but her face didn't change. From the kitchen and from the walkie-talkie at the same time, Spencer's voice tore through the air. "Run!" She glanced toward the noise. Her grip loosened just enough. I twisted free. The blade flashed and nicked my arm as I tumbled off the porch, a hot sting that made me gasp. Spencer sprinted around the side of the house, eyes wide. "Woods!" he yelled, and took off toward the trail that ran from her driveway down to my street. I ran after him under the trees. The path curved and dipped the way it always did, full of roots I knew by heart. Moonlight spilled down in thin beams. I could hear my breathing, my shoes thumping, then another sound behind me, footsteps, heavy and steady. I looked back. Granny Clark was pounding down the trail, closer than I'd thought, the shawl slipping on her head, her eyes fixed on me. There was no expression on her face, no anger, no fear, just a blank, determined look. The shawl snagged on a branch and fell away. So did the face. It came off like a mask, dropping somewhere on the path behind her. For a heartbeat I saw red where a face should be, and eyes burning with a wild, cold focus. It was like my mind split. Part of me wanted to stop and make sense of it. The other part only knew to keep moving. The path hooked hard to the left. I leaned into it. A gloved hand brushed the back of my head and tore the stuffed parrot off my shoulder. Then the thing behind me crashed into the trees with a brutal thud. I burst out onto Juniper Street, legs burning. Spencer was already in my driveway, pounding on the door. We fell into the foyer together as my dad unlocked it, and I slammed it shut, through the deadbolt, and leaned against it, shaking. My parents rushed in. They stared at the blood on my sleeve. My mom grabbed the phone. Over each other's words, Spencer and I told everything. The prank, the door, the box cutter, the trail, the way the shawl, and the face, had slipped away. The police went up to the little green house. In the pantry they found Abigail Clark, the real one. She was gone. Her throat had been cut, and the skin of her face was missing. On the trail, they found a torn branch slick with blood and my stuffed parrot lying in the leaves near the sharp curve. At the street, the trail ended. The next day, a man from 2 towns over checked himself into a hospital with a damaged eye and someone else's blood on his clothes. He confessed. He'd taken the old woman's face and worn it like a mask. He had been the shape at the door. He had chased us through the trees. Years have passed. I still see the little green house when I drive by that way, and I still switch off my porch light every Halloween. Sometimes, late at night, I dream of the moon over the path and the sound of heavy footsteps catching up behind me. In those dreams, I don't see the man who did it. I see the blank, patient face of the person everyone in town loved, floating toward me through the trees. I wake up with my heart racing, and remind myself, softly, that the monster was someone else wearing kindness like a costume. And that's why, when the doorbell rings on Halloween, I let the house stay quiet and the night stay dark.